Hello, Dog Park. How are you guys today? It is an awesome day for me today because I get to introduce you guys to Shattered Rift, who I
Hello.
met in Papa Pa's channel. And if I can just share a minute with you about this, um, I think I met you literally like a day after I met Papa because you were in Papa's channel spamming the "You Are Loved" to everybody that talked. And I'm going to talk a little bit about this later when we talk about networking. But all I said to you was, man, you got a pretty awesome job. And that began a conversation in which I saw you in an interview on John B's channel. And then from there, we began conversations that have ultimately led to what we're going to do today. And so that's how this has come about. And I'm going to let you introduce yourself to everybody. I know some people here already know you, um, but yeah, the floor is yours.
I mean, that sounds like the conversation right there. Is that we said hi to each other in Papa's chat. We started talking, and that's all you have to do to succeed on Twitch. Let's go home.
Yeah, we're done. Okay, I can hit the button now and we can go game. I can get.
My name, for those who don't know me, my name is ShatteredRift. I am a ballroom dancer by day, streamer by night. Um, what else do I say about myself? Mostly, I do variety gaming streams, but I also dress like this most of the time. And so we have gotten Peace Dog here, dressed in the lovely shirt and tie that you'll never see him in again. I'm told.
Well, yes, and if UPS comes in a timely fashion, Snow Bunnies, this is gonna come off. I only stay serious for so long, but we're waiting on UPS. So,
All right.
all right, keep going. My bad.
I, yeah, that's part of the fun here. I run Team Spark Bomb, a group of like-minded streamers who are all about. Where I need to actually read what I have written down on that. I forget we have three pillars. It's individuals matter most. Can I remember my own pillars? That's gonna be embarrassing. Oh, sorry, I forgot the first one. Of course, the most important thing is to be able to disagree with others. We enjoy having a little bit of not necessarily debate, but just being able to have different views, different perspectives. We believe that individuals matter most, and that's the most important lesson for anyone to take here on Twitch. It's how how Peace Dog and I just met through Papa's stream. And then community is at the heart of everything, which, I mean, really, those are three messages I think most streamers in general would take to heart. And we are all looking to build each other up, become more successful here on Twitch. And today we're going to focus on making money
Yeah.
or on just building our streams, one of the two.
Well, and
Usually both.
I think that it's important we clarify this right up front because I've actually, when I was telling some people about this stream, and it's how to make money on Twitch, the immediate response is, "Well, I'm not streaming to make money, so I don't need to come watch." And what we're really talking about is how to grow a channel, how to build a strong community. And I had a boss that used to always say, "Watch the pennies and the dollars will take care of themselves." And I think on Twitch, I've found that the more I focus on content, the less I have to worry about money. It's still there in the back of my head, but the fundamentals about making money have to do with networking, creating quality content. You know, not necessarily. Am I?
No, I agree 100%. It's
Yeah.
if you I'm an odd duck because I started off on Twitch with that goal in mind. My goal was I'm gonna hit affiliate in a month. I better see a $100 paycheck within 5 months, or I've failed at what I am trying to do. But that's also because I come from a business background. I come from a dance background where I'm used to that sort of thing and all the sales and stuff. I mean, there's quite a few I think on Twitch who all of us bring something from our background into our streams. And if you're in here just like, oh, I need to make like $1,000 next week, good luck with that.
Right. We're the
For
wrong.
starters.
That's not what this one's about. Yeah, because it's a
But
grind.
the way to make money is you provide something quality that people want and need.
Right.
You're providing a mental health pure support group for anybody who is looking to improve their life and who wants the accountability of a community to check in with. I'm busy creating as I understand it, that's what you're trying to do.
Exactly, 100%. Yeah.
I'm trying to create essentially gaming community right now that's really just about people from all walks of life being able to come together and be comfortable being themselves and not have to worry about a lot of the toxicity that comes in a lot of other communities.
Right, right. And I think, and it's ironic that you bring this up because it's another. There are some in the peer support community who, and this is actually the discussion that we had Wednesday in our stream. That is, do you always have to be a peer to? Can somebody who does not deal with mental health issues help somebody that does just as effectively? And it's really not just because an individual doesn't run a mental health focused stream does not mean they're not supportive of positive vibes and acceptance and basically the good luck have fun pledge, you know, accepting of diversity, peacefully disagree, um, basically the tenets of smart bomb or is spark bomb, my bad.
Spark bomb.
Yes.
No, it's at the risk of being like super philosophical for just a brief moment. I think all of us are all driving at the same thing, all circling it in one way or another, and we just have different words saying the same thing. Like what you describe as peer support, I just think of in the very simple sense of being a friend.
Right.
You know, we're saying hi to somebody or that sort of thing, and as long as you know how to do something a little bit better than the person you're helping, you can pull them up at least a step.
I was taught once by somebody very wise that in life we're either teaching or learning. And it's our duty is to do both. And so when we come across somebody who doesn't necessarily have the knowledge that we have, it's our duty to share it. And I'm actually leading into something here because we've had this discussion a little bit. If you and I were two donut shops in the same town, we're not going to go to lunch and discuss our recipes. We're not going to talk about our cinnamon and sugar ratios. But we are two independent businesses who are in the same industry. And we can go to lunch and talk about our secrets because they're not really secrets. We just, you know, it's there's a cooperative ability in streaming that isn't available in the real world. Do you agree?
What you're describing, I would describe kind of, and I don't know if this is used in the mental health community exactly, but what's the other term? One term is a growth mindset where it's scarcity mindset and growth mindset. Scarcity mindset is that, you know, my donut shop is competing with yours, and there's 100 customers in town, and we're fighting for each and every one of those 100 with each other.
Right.
And the growth mindset is that, you know, today there's 100 customers in town that we are fighting over, but there's 10,000 other people living in this town who could become customers, and because we're both open on opposite sides of town, more people are going to be eating donuts, and if somebody ends up on the other side of town, suddenly they're going to be, you know, at the other shop because it's a donut's still a donut at the end of the day.
Right.
And so I think a lot of us in our, at least in the United States culture, are very competition minded of I can't work with somebody else, or I need to do this all for me, or whatever else. Whereas Twitch is very much we all want to see each other succeed.
Right, exactly. Yeah, that's exactly what I think it was you, and actually I think it was in John B's stream that I learned about founders badges. And I mean, you actually gave me the thrill of I collect them now. You know, I want to have a trophy case with all my founders badges in them, because I really I get a kick out of watching the development of streamers, and it's just a fun thing to watch. And it's in that spirit of you know, if I see somebody doing something cool in a stream and I whisper them, you know, 8 out of 10 people whisper me back, telling me exactly what they're doing. And because we're not competing, and it's even in streams that are very similar in what they do. It's not, you know, like Papa Paws and Up for the Challenge. They're both totally mental health focused, almost counseling type streams. And but they're not, and I know that they collaborate with each other because both of them talk about each other consistently. But there's no, at the end of the day, neither one of them says to themselves, well, Papa took 10 of my viewers today, because it just doesn't even go through a mind. You know, is that, and maybe I'm naive, but that, it doesn't go through my mind that way. And maybe it's because I don't have the audience that those guys have, but I don't consider those kind of things. Is that silly?
I'm trying to figure out how to break this apart and really think about it, because that, I mean, I'm not going to say that I have any idea what's going on in anybody else's head, for example. I think it's more a fact that, you know, when we hit that live button, I mean, right now, this stream is competing, as it were, with every other stream on Twitch right now for viewers. But at the same time, both of us also put out mentions on social media. Both of us reached out to our own communities, people who are already watching both of us. And so some of those people are here watching us. Hello to them.
Hello.
In the quiet chat right now. And it's really just about, I think the moment that you're focusing on like viewer count, for example, a lot of people will be just like, oh, I've got X viewers in my stream right now. I need to play to that many viewers, or I just got raided. I need to keep them here no matter what. Or somebody who drops a lot of gift subs in another channel is here. Or they dropped a bunch of gift subs in somebody else's channel this month as well. The moment you start focusing on that, you're losing sight of where you're going. And that's really the difficult it's so difficult. I think the difficult thing is it's difficult to measure, because we're not a traditional business in the sense that you have X number of customers come in per day. You have so many donuts get sold at the end of the day. I think we're gonna stick with this donut analogy all stream. It's making me hungry. I miss some Krispy Kreme right now. You know, we're not saying, you know, we sold so many dozen donuts, and another day we sold so many less, and oh, I can see the shop across town is super busy right now because I've got a guy over there watching or whatever else. It's just, we're all focused on what we are doing, and the moment you start looking at the wrong numbers is the point where just your own quality plummets, because all of a sudden, you know, you're too busy looking out the window at the other donut shop across the street, across town or whatever, and you're not there in the kitchen making up the donuts you need to have made for the day.
Okay, this is very interesting that you've come to this point with me, because I have a business background and then I transitioned into social work. And social workers that have not had a business background, many social workers work with grant funding, and it's just this magical thing that happens, and most social workers don't have to go through the process of writing the grants, so they don't understand the pain in the ass that, you know, it's just money, you know. And so they go and they do their job, and there's no way to measure your success. You're just spreading seeds. And once in a blue moon, you get to see one of your seeds blossom. But most of the time, you don't know how many lived, how many died in terms of the seeds, not people. Um, and so when a social worker is doing a stream, their main focus is on their content. And if they just had a couple of pieces of information to add to their content, they wouldn't have to worry about the pain in the ass of writing for grants because their stream could provide that money for them. And so my role, I guess, in the as we go forward, is when you say something that I understand business wise, I might have to translate that into an analogy for our social worker friends that are watching because they they I'm not trying to make fun of them and by no means because it's hard work, but they don't have the pressure of an entrepreneurial, we have to sell 800 hamburgers this month or we're not going to pay the mortgage kind of thing.
Right, and that's how a lot of people are really, and most of the people who I expect are going to watch this either live or on the VOD later, is that most of us go into our job, we clock our 9 to 5 or our evening shift or whatever shift we're on. We have just the job we're expected to do, and we get a paycheck kind of regardless, as long as you didn't blow up the store, at the end of the day, or as long as you went in, met with clients, tried to help people out. In social work, usually you're working with your different cases, your different individuals, your different. I'm not sure of the terminology, so go ahead and interrupt.
Well, the correct terminology is consumer, but I mean that's kind of a fucked up thing, and pardon my French, but it a person that goes in somewhere with a mental health issue who is called a consumer, I mean that's like kicking a dead dog, you know. They already feel like crap about themselves, and you're putting a label on them that they're consuming services. I call them clients because that's how I feel about them. So, if you want to talk about a person who social workers are working for and serving, a lawyer serves their clients, social workers, they serve clients, period. So I'll get off that soapbox, but.
Well, no, let's go ahead and get on. Let's stay on that soapbox for just a second, because
Okay.
there's different ways to look at your audience on Twitch. You can look at them as viewers.
Mm-hmm.
You can lump them all together with the term chat. You can look at them as clients, which I personally, that resonates with me because that's my industry. It makes me think of them individually. It makes all of that happen. You can think of them as customers if you want. There's nothing wrong with that. You can think of them as consumers if you want. It at the end of the day, what you are trying to do here on Twitch, regardless of who you are, is you are trying to add something to someone else's life. You're trying to add, I would describe it as adding value. You mentioned earlier that we're always trying to teach people what we can teach them. We're trying to take something we have, package it up, hopefully better than, Christmas presents get packaged, hand it to somebody, and hopefully they're able to make heads or tails of it when they open it. And that's what we're trying to do at the end of the day. It's not necessarily a donut-shaped donut. Maybe they come in needing a glazed donut. Maybe they come in needing a sprinkled donut. Maybe they need to come in and use your Wi-Fi, and so they buy some donuts to be able to use your Wi-Fi. Different people come into a stream for different reasons. Maybe they just need something to play in the background. Maybe they need some positivity in their day. Maybe they care what you're talking about. Maybe they like how well you're dressed.
Or how well you're not.
I mean, you're looking good today.
Cypress is back, by the way.
I saw.
Okay, you can see chat? Cool.
Yeah, I have chat up. I have my notes up.
Cool.
We're still good.
Hi, Mika. Hi, Cypress. I'm glad you made it back. I hope everything went well. I think she's talking to you, and she says, tell me to shut up if you don't want her adding to your train of thoughts. Yeah.
Cypress, Mika, anyone lurking, by all means, comment in chat and interrupt, and we'll get sidetracked.
Absolutely. Yeah. So this is the outline, guys, and it's totally. I don't know if you can see it. Let me. No, you can't really with the damn. It's just scribbles, and really, this is just a big BS session, but with a rough frame. So we're here for you guys and what you guys want to know, more so than what you know. We're not here to like puff our feathers out. We're here to for you guys. So go ahead, keep with what you're saying.
So our outline just says topic 1, what value are you providing to your community? What value are you providing when you are streaming? No matter whether you're, a mental health streamer, no matter if you're just an entertainer, no matter if you're doing some story time, like both Cypress and Mika in chat have both done in different ways, no matter if you're doing like a cooking stream, at the end of the day, where your I would say that where your mind should be is let me de-businessify this from my head really before I say it. What are you trying to give others? What are you trying to share with others? Are you sharing a passion for flowers like Cypress has? Are you letting people watch you freak out playing horror games like Mika so graciously does? Am I trying to connect with individuals in my chat and just talk to individual specific people, which is how I kind of think about it in mine. You're trying to connect with people and you're trying to turn their day from like a crappy day into an okay day. If it even goes that far, like at least dial it 1 point higher on the 1 to 10 scale.
Right.
What are you trying to do is the first fundamental question, because if your thought going into streaming is just, well, I'm going to go play video games and people are going to watch, or I'm going to go ramble and people are going to be entertained by my rambling. Maybe, but probably not.
Right. Right.
It's got to be about what are you doing for other people? What is it other people need that you can give them?
I think that, and this is something that on this piece of paper I have in very bold letters to do this first thing, and I totally forgot. So I'm gonna, do a quick stop here. I noticed you subbed a few days ago to me, and I haven't actually seen you on since you did, because you did it when I was offline. So I wanted to say that thank you while you were on stream, because I do appreciate it. And so we'll go. Well, that's all I have to say about that, because I still am. I'm still at that stage as a streamer where I I don't know how to put this. I don't feel deserving of subs, I guess. Or, I mean, I'm just getting around to putting emotes and sub badges up. So the fact that there are people that believe in me, I guess, enough to throw $5 down, it it means a lot. So, thank you.
Let's talk about that for a minute, because that's the most common feeling in streaming, I think, is why the hell is this person paying me money?
Right.
Like what the heck am I offering that person? And Spuddy, welcome on in. I am doing well today, and I'm glad to hear that you're doing better than you've been the last few days. Welcome on in. I think each of our goals is to do something positive. What one way or another. I'm trying to entertain. You're trying to have a mental health conversation. I talked about that you want to know what you're trying to provide to others. Once you know what you're providing to others, it's your success in doing so that is going to get people to pay you money. It's what's going to get people to subscribe to you. It's what's going to get people to cheer bits in your channel. So it's going to get people to drop a donation or a tip. It's an indicator that you're doing something right, and it's the way that for me it's just an obvious statement of this is how business is supposed to be. But for everybody else, again, I said, they're used to going in for their 9 to 5. They're used to going in, having an awkward interview, getting hired, wondering if they should have been hired in some cases. Mika's mentioning imposter syndrome in
right.
chat right now.
Which is very real.
And then
Papa talked about that the other day.
And then getting a paycheck because you did a good enough job to not get fired.
Right.
And with streaming, you're self-employed. You're your own boss. And 99% of us, well, I mean, plenty more than that, don't understand that concept. It doesn't make sense to be the person who actually needs to look at the numbers at the end of the day, the person who actually needs to see, like, okay, if I'm putting this much time into streaming, you know, beyond what I should necessarily, or with it being COVID, where we all need a second income, or whatever else. If I guess I'm gonna restate what I said before, is that each of us is trying to provide something to the people we serve. We are all, in both the retail sense, in the fast food sense, in the salesman sense, we are serving other people. We are providing something that makes their life better in one way or another. You're helping them to become more aware of mental health. You're giving them a resource of a community to come in and check in with and say, hey, I'm good today, or I'm bad today, or I'm struggling today. And people need that. People benefit from that. I suggested somebody to come check out your stream a little while ago. They were trying to quit smoking, if I remember right. And I know that's not exactly your wheelhouse, but you have the kind of community where that's the kind of like accountability thing that I figured that person could come in, check in with, and just be like, hey,
I used to smoke. So I have kicked that, tobacco addiction. And so, yeah, I understand that addiction. It's tough. And certainly that would be, if somebody wanted to come in. And I think for me, it goes even further than that. And this is part of the reason why perhaps I feel bad about getting a sub, because I feel as though I'm just a facilitator of this room where people come, and it's my job just to make sure the room stays safe and friendly, and it's the people in the room that are creating more of the content than I am. And so, and that's for me, this is going to sound kind of weird maybe, but for me, the most important person in the room is the lurker that comes out from lurking when they hear that I'm struggling with somebody who's really going through a hard time, to help that person out. And that's, that's what my channel, and so that's the guy that should be getting paid. You know what I'm saying?
Why?
Because he's doing the work.
Let's break that down for a second. Let's break that down. And the thing I want to suggest to everybody who's watching right now is, I think the two of us are going to spend a lot of time talking about each other and what we are doing with our channels, with our brands, with our businesses, however you want to think about it, however you want to talk about it, with the good that we're trying to do in the world. And it's the same thing I would ask everybody in chat right now, is think about, I've been saying, what are you providing? What are you trying to give people? What are you trying to share with people? You might not be doing the I wouldn't say the work, like it's not how it even processes in my mind. You said it yourself. You are facilitating the room. You are creating the room. You are the guy who says, hey, I'm going to be hosting this meeting, this community space, this area where you can come in and you can talk to each other, and the subject is general mental health, and we're looking for anybody who's kind of struggling, who needs to be lifted up. Anybody who wants to come in, sit in the back, and be quiet is allowed to do so. And you guys go ahead and take care of each other. The value you're providing is you're creating the space to do it. That is the thing that you are getting paid for. When I sub to you, it's not necessarily what went through my mind, but that if it helps you to think of it in the sense that I'm paying you to provide that space, to facilitate this room, to do that kind of thing, welcome in, AU Night Owl. That's what you're doing. You might not be doing this. It's let's use another analogy.
Okay.
Any workspace has a bunch of people in a bunch of different roles. Going back to our donut shop example.
Okay.
There's the people who make the donuts. There's the cashiers. There's the manager. Maybe there's an accountant. I mean, probably the manager is doing triple duty on everything.
There's the people that eat the donuts.
I'm referring to just the workers right now, just the things that bring in the income.
Okay.
Yes, there are the people who eat the donuts. There's the
I know you can't see me, but I was patting my tummy when I said that.
There's those of us who eat our donuts on break. Yes. There's whoever is cleaning up the space, whoever sets up and tears down for the morning and tears down at night. Each one of those people has a different job. That each job is necessary to the environment being created. You know, it would be like if you're just the cashier, you're just running the money, and you say, well, I don't make the donuts, so I'm not providing value. Or for the janitor who's cleaning up after everybody, be like, well, I'm just cleaning up, I'm not actually selling the donuts.
That's a good analogy.
Donuts.
That's a good analogy.
You're creating the environment is what you were doing.
Okay.
And so don't... Oh, sorry, I have my... let me turn that off.
No, don't worry about it. Seriously.
I'm using Streamlabs to virtual webcam myself, so
no worries.
I'm not live for anybody who's wondering. I'm going to go ahead and... if my chat community could remind me to turn that back on when I'm done, thank you. All of us want to undershoot what we're doing because we're just like, oh, well, I'm not providing the most value, or I'm not doing the thing that I personally admire. It would be just as easy for me to say, I'm trying to think of a good example here. It's easy for any one of us to say, well, I just... You know, who wants to come in? You know, Cypress or Mika, since I'm familiar with both of them in chat. And thank you, both of them, for getting the conversation going on today. If Cypress, if you want to be really cool and keep chat, know what we're going on. So Night Owl, what we're talking today about is just really how to look at a stream from a perspective of growing something, growing a community, growing a business. I'm here for the business angle. Peace Dog is here to remind me that it's really just about breaking it down and keeping it simple.
Watch the content, and the dollars will take care of themselves.
whereas I think it's both ways. I think it's if you produce the right content, you'll also produce the dollars.
Yes, which is why, you know, I think your approach is better than mine. So I will say that unequivocally.
Mine is better articulated, perhaps. It doesn't mean it's better.
Hello, Mr. Craw. It's good to see you here, brother.
Welcome in, Craw.
So, Night Owl just brought up something in chat, if I can interrupt you real quick.
Absolutely.
And Night Owl, I'm sorry, I don't know what pronouns you go by, so I'm just going to use they for now until you tell me. But they wish they could stream, but they're trying to fix everything. And what do you say to somebody who comes to you, and I know the answer for this, I think. Somebody comes to you and says, I don't have the equipment to stream, but I'd really like to do it.
I would say, why don't you? The equipment is the excuse. You can run OBS on any potato. You know, the old... For the gamers in the room, the old joke was, can a smart device run Doom? There were jokes about, you know, can your toaster run Doom? Can your refrigerator run Doom? Doom being like the original first-person shooter game. The question I think about now is the device powerful enough to stream? You can stream from your crappy phone.
Right.
Not very well, mind you. You can stream from your 10-year-old laptop. Not very well, but you still can. You might not be able to stream exactly what you want to, but you can at least get a webcam up on your face, if you have a webcam handy, on your face and just be like this right now. You can load up some ancient video game and do that. You could stream yourself browsing the internet. I don't know anyone who does that, but there's probably some way to make that work as a business model or whatever else. You have to swap from Streamlabs to OBS Studio since your game capture for Streamlabs never game. So, Night Owl, OBS is less resource intensive, and Streamlabs is more resource intensive. So if somebody's really on an ancient device, I say use OBS. And a lot of the settings recently have been very finicky. I think there was a recent Windows update that might have broken a bunch of stuff. Sometimes you have to use a window capture instead of a game capture. It's there's a little bit of technical knowledge that goes into it. Oh, Aloha Croc calling me out for
I saw that.
3D
I saw
as the
that.
first person shooter. Ooh, that's true. That's true.
Have you met Aloha Craw before, ShatteredRift?
I recognize the username. I don't think we've officially met, so hello.
So Aloha Craw, ShatteredRift, Aloha Craw. I know ShatteredRift, how much you love to really think deeply, philosophically about nerdy stuff. My friend Aloha Craw is the same. I've had some of the greatest arguments about whether it was Disney that ruined Star Wars or whether it was J.J. Abrams that ruined Star Wars. You know, things like that. That's the guy to really stretch your brain with nerdy stuff. But
So we'll get along great. Awesome.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. And he has a lot of fun streams that he does sometimes with his kids, and they do a lot of cool shit there. Anyway, my bad. Let's continue. Okay. He says he has met you with Viva
Yeah,
La
Aloha Croc
Walnut.
dropped into my stream once. Okay,
Yeah.
I apologize for not immediately recognizing you.
Oh, he's not hurt. he's just as much a smartass as I am. I have a feeling.
But I mean, back to the conversation at hand. It's really a matter of you have to figure out how to use OBS. You have to figure out how to use you have to figure out how to use whatever streaming software you are in. But it's pretty easy. There's plenty of people who are willing to share information on that. Don't let lack of equipment or lack of a setup stop you.
Right, and with what Night Owl, with what you just said, that you've gotten up and ready to hit the button, you just don't want to do it at this time. Is it something technical stopping you, or is it something, are you blocked in some other way?
Well, it sounds like based on the comment, quote, I've gotten OBS up and ready for me to hit that live button, but I'm not going to do it this time.
Gotcha.
Yeah, you mean right now?
Yeah.
But I'm gonna answer that in a slightly different way though. Is that a lot of people are scared to hit the live button. A lot of people are wondering, who's gonna watch me? Am I going to be comfortable on stream? Just do it.
Yeah, that's what I would say too.
The question at the end of the day is why do you want to stream? What I said earlier, what value are you providing others? What do you want to share with other people? A lot of people in my community, we have talked into streaming. Strong-armed might be another term for it, because they've said, well, I kind of want to try my hand. This seems kind of fun. And especially with COVID, it's a way to hang out. I describe my stream as being back in the 90s, sitting on a couch together or in the same room playing games together, just shooting the shit. Now, granted, I usually don't swear on my stream, so
yeah,
I
but
apologize for that right now, but I know Peace Dog doesn't care.
Yeah.
I've got my old empty chair sitting right back here, which, in my mind, anybody in my community is back there sitting in that chair just watching me play.
That's awesome. I love that.
And if you want to stream, just stream. There's the first step is just wanting to. For whatever reason, maybe you have a really cool collection of stuff that you want to show off. Maybe you're passionate about a particular subject and you want to find people who love that same subject, which is probably why you're here on Twitch in the first place. Maybe you just want to get to know like one person.
Maybe you want to work on social skills. There's so many different reasons.
So the question for you, AU Night Owl, is why do you want to stream? Because you've gotten it set up. you're ready, and then you find somebody who you want to watch instead, and that's fair. You decide, oh, this person's interesting, I want to watch them. I'm not going to stream right now. Yeah, Craw, this is not a virtual background. I can walk. I'm gonna walk in my background right now while Peace Dog talks, and we buy a little bit of time for Night Owl to say something.
Cool.
I can't hear anything right now. My headphones are off, by the way.
So he told me yesterday that he's going to, his next stream investment is a camera to show off his collection there. So I have yet to see really what's there. I'm more interested in the books, Craw, as you can probably imagine. Oh, that reminds me. Cypress, are you still in here? Do you remember me talking about the Dragonlance books? Right there. The one you need is Dragons of Autumn Twilight. I put it in my blacksmith with the first 3 books. Don't pay that price for them. They shouldn't be more than $2 a book. But that shows you what the 3 are. I was telling him I'm interested in your books, and it reminded me of a conversation Cypress and I had. But I was telling him also that your next stream investment, and this might move into something about, the importance of building your product. Your next stream investment, you were telling me, was a camera to showcase your collection.
We're gonna see what I end up doing, because I keep on changing my mind. I don't know if you can see it well on Peace Dog stream right now. This is a Guitar Hero mic. It says so right on the front. It's probably not showing up super clearly. Stream investments are... It depends. I definitely want a camera to show off all of that. I definitely want to improve my mic. I want to get a mixer. I would love to improve my lighting. I would love to get a poster up on the back there, and I blame Nebby for not having one, which it's not her fault at all. But it all depends. You can have whatever background you want or don't want. I prefer to have all my collectibles back there. Peace Dog has a green screen going on. There's plenty of streamers out there who will have a green screen just block out everything behind them, so that as much of whatever they're playing or showing is shown as possible. Nebby, I was blaming you because I don't have a poster on my closet in the background. Nebros is my artist. She has done all the beautiful things on my stream. She takes commissions. #plug.
Get on it.
She's drawn an awesome combat poster that's meant to go up there and just hasn't. Sorry, that was my other wake up alarm. And back to Night Owl, if we can turn that back. You think you're not entertaining. So what? Why do you have to be entertaining? Most of us are boring.
Night Owl, I usually spend at least the first half hour of my stream talking to myself. And if I'm lucky, Snow Bunny. But she's usually too busy to even be on stream yet. So, for a lot of new streamers, it's a lot of just talking to yourself. And somebody comes by and watches your VOD sometime, and they're like, oh, I'll follow that guy. And, weirder things have happened.
Here's something I suggest to most new streamers. If you have somebody who's able to watch you and hang out with you, do that. If you have a friend you want to connect with or whatever, go ahead and invite them along. I describe it as me sitting on the couch playing video games with friends. When I first started streaming, I had 3 friends who were sitting in there almost every stream, which was part of how I went getting towards affiliate. Was I had Cypress the Witch in every stream of mine because she and I were still busy flirting at the time. I had the Game Enjoyer in most of my streams. He'll end up catching this VOD later, I'm sure, because he was just a loyal friend who didn't have anything to do after his work day. And then I had the River Durf, who was another friend of mine who she didn't have a whole lot going on at the time either. And so we were all just kind of shooting the breeze together while video games were kind of the background noise, as it were. And me failing at video games was part of the background noise. We do know who Mystic is, Night Owl.
Do you want to tell the story?
About Mystic?
Yeah. It's a perfect... she won't mind. I'm sure she would not mind.
The funny thing is, to me, it was just another day, but I guess that's how a lot of those stories go, is that Mystic was here in your stream, Mystic was saying that she wanted to start streaming, and
She
what
had
was
been
it you
saying
said?
she had been saying to me that she wanted to start streaming for at least a month. And Night Owl, um, every excuse you've used today, she used. So, it's not everything you're going through is normal. Um, and Shattered Rift came in to. I think you just popped in for 5 minutes to just, hey, I sent you a message and go check it out, kind of thing, because I know you were really busy that day, and I'm like, hey, while you're here, just I need a little technical advice because I knew that you just wouldn't take no for an answer from her, and within what 4 hours she was streaming. And the reason she's not here right now is because, she damn near streams 24/7 now. I mean, you've infected her with the bug.
Not the advice I necessarily give to people,
No,
but
no.
yes, she does that. If you want to stream. Don't let the excuses stop you. If you need a friend to be there with you, find one person so you're not just streaming to an empty room. Stream for just an hour at a time. You don't need to be streaming. I don't want to insult Mystic after this story, but you don't need to be streaming 24 hours a day. In fact, if you're streaming 24 hours a day, you're probably doing something wrong from
From a
really
business standpoint.
from every standpoint, I would say. That probably isn't emotionally healthy either. Make sure you're still getting things done around
You know,
the house,
that's
which I
actually.
know Mystic does.
No, let's stop there for just a quick second because that's an important point. Because in the mental health world, gaming, streaming, those kinds of activities can be very good forms of self care. But there's a line that is so easy to cross where it becomes destructive and even can turn into addiction issues that um, affect you in far more severe ways than just not making money. You know what I'm saying? So, um, not only does it, any really, really successful streamer will tell you, and by really successful streamer, I mean the ones that have 10,000 followers and 1,500 viewers at any given time, they're going to tell you that they're losing money when they're streaming because it takes away from all the other things. And I think that that's something that every new streamer goes through because I went through it. Everybody that I've seen along the way goes through it. The sooner that lesson gets learned, the quicker success comes. Would you agree with that?
So my official stream schedule. Let's go ahead. I'm going to establish some credentials really quick for myself, which I could have done this at the start, but let's go ahead and actually talk money to make a point really quick.
Okay.
In my first month, I hit affiliate within a month. With my first month as affiliate, month number 2, I hit 50 subs to unlock all 5 of my tier 1 emotes. If anybody who wants to have an idea about how much money I am making can either drop by my stream sometime and check out what size of bit badge people are rocking, or they can check out my YouTube channel where there's a hilarious video of me wearing 49 neckties around my neck at once, our Cthulhu tie night. There's my birthday stream where I wore Thai wings, as I described it, and became a Thai chicken. And there was a recent stream where I ended up wearing a Thai skirt, and all of those were money streams. The goal of each of those moments was to earn more stuff. I've got a Nintendo Switch here in the background that's been afforded from those. This mic setup and everything. Well, not the mic itself, but like pop filter, boom arm, the lighting I have sitting up on the sides that's off screen right now. If your goal is to, I'm not going to say if your goal is to make money, but if your goal is to be successful in really any capacity, my official stream schedule started off as 6 hours a week. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, 6 p.m. to 8 p.m. Pacific. At first, I stuck to that. Then I ended up streaming longer because we all fall into that trap one way or another. But the extra hours don't necessarily help you grow. They don't
Right.
necessarily help you find people. They don't necessarily help your discovery. They don't.
Well, and that's actually one point that I was going to make for the people on their way to affiliate. You get more followers, and we're going to talk about this soon as far as really effective ways to network without going around and saying, hey, give me followers, everybody. But I know on my way to affiliate, I made at least 2 followers off stream for every one that I made on stream. And that's really what it should be. I mean, people should come to your stream because they see that you're cool outside of your stream. Am I making sense?
I'm trying to think of a way to boil this back down because we've talked around a point, and I want to drive back into it.
Okay.
From a pre-affiliate standpoint, from the standpoint of I just started streaming, I haven't hit 50 followers yet, I don't have my 3 average viewers yet, or whatever combination of the above. Your goal isn't to just put yourself out there, 99% of the time and just hope for the best. Your goal is to hit those metrics. Your goal is to find 3 people who will loyally watch you at any given time that you're on. Your goal is to... I don't even like thinking about follower count because it's such an arbitrary thing. If you want followers, they're free. Like, really, at the end of the day, followers are free. You can go ahead and play Stream Racer, get some followers. You can play Marbles on stream, you can get followers. You can play Stream Raiders, or you can't play Stream Raiders because you need 100 followers to play Stream Raider, or to be a captain. You can play Drawful 2, which is what I did, and picked up a good 10 followers off of that. You can connect with a community where suddenly, Peace Dog or myself or somebody else likes you and likes what you're about and sends our people over to go follow you. But then those people never come into your stream, never drop by or whatever, but you hit that magical 50 number because that's all that you needed. Meanwhile, Twitch's requirements for affiliates are, let me pull them up the exact, I always forget the amount of time. It's something like 8 hours of stream time, 8 separate days. Let me find it. Stream for 8 hours. So in a 30-month window, reach 50 followers, which either you have it or you don't. Stream for 8 hours. 8 hours in 30 days.
Right. Exactly.
That's 2 hours a week.
Right.
Stream on 7 different days. Okay, so suddenly you just need to stream for a little more than an hour a day, twice a week, and average of 3 viewers. And the average is the thing that a lot of people get tripped up on because they're like, oh, I'm going to go stream for like 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 hours. But 90% of that time you're streaming to an empty room or to 1 or 2 people. When simply having a set schedule, simply saying, I'm going to stream, my schedule was 2 hours per night on the nights I was streaming. I would sometimes run long, was kind of my thing. That's still really what I'm doing to this day, although I've upped the hours quite a bit from that, to an unhealthy degree even, I would say. But you don't want people to just be like, oh, this person's on, I'm going to go watch them. You want to say, okay, guys, I want everybody here in this room during like this time frame. Even if you're going to be streaming longer than that or shorter than that, go ahead and say like, hey, I want you all here on a Saturday or a Sunday for a 1-hour window on this block, so that suddenly you're getting a bunch of people all in there at once. Your community is more active. People are meeting each other, which is an extra value. You were talking earlier, Peace Dog, that you're just the guy who hosts things. You're just the guy who sets up the room, gets the chairs out, people come in and they run the show. You can't do that if the room is just open 24/7 and somebody drops in and there's nobody there except you.
Right.
And they're like,
right.
What?
And there's times that you have to wipe the tables off too. And you don't want to be, metaphorically speaking, there's a lot of behind the scenes work that you cannot be successful if you don't do. And if you're streaming, you can't do that work. That's really what it.
It's let's go on that for a second. It's, and I'm catching up on chat comments at the same time because I want to see if that's going to change or if I'm going to adjust anything I say. It's streaming is like everything else in life in the sense that I think all of us have been in a position where we've been doing whatever day job we have, and somebody comes up to us and they pretend they know what it's like to do our job. They like to think like, oh, you like I'm a professional dance instructor on my time. I teach ballroom dance. I've had a million customers, not a million, but you know, I've had plenty of customers joke like, oh, you just get to dance all day and get paid for that. Must be so nice. And I'm like, yeah, it's great. I teach, I lesson plan, I'm working on my own personal technique, I'm preparing for shows, I'm thinking about my individual clients, my individual students, and what they're getting out of dancing, so that it's not just, and now we're going to work on a crossbody lead in cha-cha, and this is the technique for it. And so I'm saying, hey, let's learn a new move, let's make you look cool, let's add some flair to it, or let's make it feel more comfortable while you're dancing it, or let's make it more comfortable, you know, let's add something to it that relates to you rather than just is here, we're learning an art form, let's focus 100% on the art form. That might work with me. I know half the people in the room just tuned out because they're like, wait, I have to think while dancing, I have to pay attention. Or to those of you who don't like dance, you're wrong. But you know, you've got to have a reason why you're doing it.
Right. And I'm going to stop you on that sentence because that's a point that I want to make. If you want to go through chat a second, Night Owls basically, when they play Stardew, they have 7 viewers, and they swap to Valorant, and it goes down to 2. And I'm going to say what I think on that, and then I'm going to ask what you think on that. It's a trap that I fell into early, also, especially pre-affiliate, because you're really trying to get those 3 viewers. People ultimately... Okay, first of all, let's talk about the point of being a pre-affiliate for just a second. The point of that is to learn how to stream. It's the time to make mistakes. It's the time to, you know, screw up if you have to. And thinking also on that same note, thinking that all disappears once you go affiliate. I mean, we spent 15 minutes before this stream trying to figure out how to get something done. So it never goes away. But people, if you rely on people to watch your streams from the games that you're playing, your streams will not have longevity because those games eventually lose their appeal. And it just does not... It's not economically viable unless you are, you know, an esports streamer with a huge following to have the latest, greatest games that everybody wants to watch. And the other thing with that is, and this is, you can see this with Cyberpunk when it came out, everybody's streaming it. So everybody has 5 viewers, you know. Concentrate more on... I'm going to let you follow up with that, you know.
It's what I was saying before, is that we've all in our workplace had somebody come up to us and say, well, all you do is this, all you do is that, like you just stand around all day. And that's bull. Any self-respecting person does their job and does it well. I assume that applies to everyone who's watching in chat, everybody who watches the VOD of this later, is that you take some amount of pride in your job even if you hate your job. streaming is not just sitting in front of a computer playing games. It's about connecting with people. It's about having a conversation topic. It's about being entertaining. It's about providing a value. It's about sharing something with other people. You playing a popular game, number whatever, is not adding value. I streamed Final Fantasy VII Remake not too long after it got released. I didn't have random people show up in my streams. I had maybe one or two in the entire 40-hour playthrough or whatever it was. The people I had were Cypress the Witch. I had the Game Enjoyer. I had the River Earth. I had Future Guy when he could make it, because he bought me the game in the first place. We were originally going to play it together, and then all the shutdowns and stuff hit. The people who are going to watch are the people who care to watch you. You're not just going to go into a category and magically pick up viewers. That doesn't happen until you're already getting, 20 plus viewers.
See, and on that point, I remember on my path to affiliate, 8 of my followers came because I bought the Port Royal 4 before it came out. I pre-ordered it so that I could play beta. And I streamed the beta version. And I picked up 8 followers. And so I essentially paid $50 for those 8 followers, and I've never seen them since. Because I don't play that game. Because it sucked. But the point is that if you rely on a game for your viewership and that game goes away, they're not going to come back. So you have to like you're saying, you have to add some value besides the gameplay. Correct?
Let's talk about followers for a second.
Okay.
All it takes to follow somebody is to click that little heart icon. That's it. That's why if you look on Twitter, you see a million follow for follow tweets that aren't follow for follow.
Right.
Wink, wink.
Right.
And your follower count stops mattering after 50. It matters at 50 because you need that number for affiliate. If you want to be a stream captain in Stream Raiders, you need 100.
Yep.
Past that, it means nothing. It is just a number.
Right.
It's your viewer count that matters. It's if you care about the money side, it is your sub count or your cheers or whatever else that matters.
Right.
If you're just doing this for fun, then none of that matters. Except, you probably care to have somebody in chat with you or something. I mean, there's obviously there's something that matters to you personally. What Cypress is saying at both now and what I was saying before is that followers are free. I don't understand why people celebrate hitting 100 followers. I don't understand why they celebrate hitting 200 followers. I don't understand why they celebrate hitting 300 followers. If any one of us wanted to get 100 followers by the end of the month, there's a million places to go to. You can stream one of the games that gets free follows. You can go into some of the follow for follow schemes on Twitter that aren't follow for follow, even though you will never see that person and it's just a +1 to your number.
Right.
They'll never drop by your stream. They'll never join into your chat. The things that help you are, let's go through the things that help you really quick, because this is, we wanted to have an education portion here. We've been running our mouths long enough on the preamble, I think. So somebody in chat wants to write down the 113 mark just for where we're at about. Here are the things that help you grow your stream. Lurkers. Every number in that viewer count. Good job, Beasdog. I should have done it myself. Why am I not thinking? Lurkers. Every view matters, but it's also not mattering in a tangible way that's going to be really describable. The 3 count matters for affiliate, and that's it. Once you hit affiliate, it no longer means anything unless you're getting for partner at 75. People in chat matter. Even someone coming in and just being like, hi, how's it going? That matters because suddenly you're not talking to an empty room anymore. You suddenly have a name attached to it. in every stream title I run, I have, type !lurk in chat. I don't know if Peace Dog has an alert command up or not. He does have alert command up. And so suddenly, even though I'm not engaging in chat, he knows I'm here while he's streaming.
Right.
And so he's able to be like, hey, ShatteredRift, I hope you're having a good day. I don't know if you're just listening in the background, if you just got the stream up to watch it as a viewer. But it's one of those things where suddenly, especially for those who are used to streaming to an empty room, even if you just go in and type !lurk, suddenly if I'm streaming and say that I have an empty room and Peace Dog comes in and types !lurk, he's not even sticking around. He's just throwing up my stream, or he's just checking in for like 5 seconds even. Suddenly I am speaking to Peace Dog whether he is there or not.
Right.
Maybe I'm not having a conversation with you.
But I will also bring up, and this is very important, you never know who's listening, ever. Even if you're checking your thing, your chat people, you don't know if they're listening. So, and exactly what Nebby is saying, it's in the last 2-3 months on Twitch, I have seen so much magic, literal magic, and you know what I'm talking about. In Papa's, all I have to say is the word Zim, and you know exactly what I'm talking about. It was magic, and so in the last probably 2 weeks, I've had at least a half a dozen people apologize to me because they don't sub. They don't have the ability to sub. And I really want to make this point that the people that come into my channel and interact in my chat and play games with me are more important than the $2 that Twitch gives me for a sub. So nobody ever should feel bad that comes into a community and participates in the community and isn't able to sub. I mean, you agree with that, I'm absolutely sure.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So I'm going to let you continue, and I'm going to go off camera for just a second because I have had too much water. And
all right, now I'm gonna go through the list of things that are ways to support a stream along that note, and Peace Dog will come back into it, and we might repeat ourselves in a minute.
Excellent.
Every lurker matters. If you're only watching, and this is, let me back this up for just a moment. For anyone who's looking to grow their stream, grow their community, grow their business, whatever way that you think about it, whatever you're trying to get out of this stream, this VOD today, this is things that you can teach your own community. Every viewer matters. Every lurker matters, because that's increasing the view count. It's improving discovery in whatever category we're in. We're in just chatting right now. We're sitting at 11 viewers right now. Chat's got, I think, 5 people actively talking in it right now, just to throw out the current analytics at a glance. Because we're at 11 viewers, if somebody is sorting based on viewership or whatever else, or the Twitch algorithm is throwing up possible suggested stuff, it's with that number. Every person who comes in and joins chat adds value to a stream, even if it's just that !lurk I was talking about before. And have a lurk command set up with your bot, and encourage people to come in and drop a lurk, because that's the way of encouraging them to come in and say hi, whether they stick around, whether they leave, whether they're just dropping by. I think of I talked about before, I think about my stream as just being like sitting on the couch back in the 90s, shooting the breeze with people. Maybe you come into my stream, you come sit in my chair for 5 minutes, you just quietly watch. Maybe you get a good chuckle out of something I say, or watching me die in a game, or whatever else. I'm going to answer that question in a minute, Mika. Do not let me forget. Maybe you come in and you sit in that chair and you start talking to me, and we have a conversation. Maybe that lasts 5 minutes, 10 minutes, an hour, however long it does. That's very valuable too, because as a streamer, I need to sit here. I need to be running my mouth 24/7 while I'm live. Preferably, I need to do it in a way that anybody who's just listening and not watching can follow the conversation as well. Because plenty of people will just have a stream on in the background. They'll just hear what's getting said. And if I just, Mika's question right here is like, speaking of bots, can you have a bot if you're not an affiliate yet? If I just answer that question, I said, Mika, yes, you can. Anyone who's just listening right now would have no clue what the context of that is. It's why most streamers will read the comments in their chat in one capacity or another. You can use the Streamlabs chat bot. You can use the Stream Elements bot. You can use the Streamlabs bot that's built in. A lot of the stuff has some built-in bots. It's all fairly easy to set up. It's another thing to learn. Okay. So you can have lurkers. You can have people active in chat, even if it's like on the low end of a just dropping a lurk or the high end of constantly engaging in chat. You can share the word about somebody's stream. You can host somebody's stream on your channel. You can encourage another streamer or the streamer you're watching to raid somebody you enjoy if you're on a good enough relationship with them. All of those things add value into a stream without paying a dime. Okay. I have a video in my links in my description about how Amazon Prime works and how Twitch Prime works, where anyone with an Amazon Prime account is able to use a free Twitch subscription once a month on the streamer of their choice. Anyone in my chat who shares that with somebody they know who has Amazon Prime is suddenly able to bring in a potential sub for me that costs nothing but time. And same thing with everybody else. We should all be shouting about Twitch Prime from the rooftops, because there's enough Amazon Prime accounts that we could all quit our day jobs tomorrow if even 1 in 10 people who had Amazon Prime knew, hey, you can put free money into somebody's wallet. You can take it out of Jeff Bezos' pocket and you can put it into somebody else's pocket. It would happen overnight. Okay. Then there's the financial ways of supporting. There is the sub. The thing about the sub, though, is that only half of that money goes in the streamer's pocket. Your $5 sub is only $2.50 into my pocket, into Peace Dog's pocket, into whoever's pocket. Partners get a little bit more, but we'll ignore that for a second. Okay. If every bit that gets cheered is 1 penny in the streamer's pocket. So if you cheer 100 bits, that's $1, in my pocket, in Peace Dog's pocket, in whichever streamer's pocket. You can watch ads for bits if you live in the US, and it works like half the time. But you go down in the chat and click on that little diamond bit icon, you hit get bits. Half the time that watch ad button is blacked out, but sometimes it shows, and you can pick up 5+ bits for watching a 30-second ad. And suddenly that is money that you're able to suddenly contribute if you're worried about the financial side of things. Okay. You can and if you're buying bits, I want to hammer in these ratios really quick about the financials, because I think a lot of viewers, a lot of our audiences, a lot of us even probably don't know what the numbers look like. You think, oh, I'm paying $5 towards this person for a subscription, but only $2.50 goes into that person's pocket. I cannot take you seriously with that cap on right now.
Well,
Welcome
see,
back, Peace Dog.
I didn't know you could see me on camera. You said you couldn't, so I didn't think it would bug you, and it would give everybody a laugh.
I'm watching on stream because I have chat up and stuff. What AU Night Owl is saying in chat, 5,000 bits costs 103. You're in Australia, right? AU Night Owl. The way the bit numbers work out so sub numbers is half of that money is going to the streamer. You spend $5 on a sub, $2.50 goes in the streamer's pocket. Adjust for your country, for your region, whatever. For bits, you're spending $1.40, or you're spending $1.40 per 100 bits. So it ends up being, I think, 60 cents on the dollar goes into the streamer's pocket. If you drop a donation or a tip, it's 96-ish%. I think it's 2.9% plus 30 cents for the money transfer in most cases. And so most of that money is going in the streamer's pocket. And so the question is, what way do you want to support? Do you want to specifically subscribe to somebody for their emotes? I'm going to spam like all of my emotes, my tier 1 emotes in chat really quick. If somebody wants to spend that $5 a month to get those 5 emotes of mine, the Rift Wave, the Rift Bless, the Rift Tilt, the Rift Hype, the Sparkbot emote, you can do that and have those for a month. If somebody wants to have a bit badge in my channel or wants to get one of my bit emotes, you can cheer the bits relevant to get those. The question, as for the people who are supporting your stream, for those of us who don't know how to talk about, like, well, I don't feel, Peace Dog was saying earlier, I don't feel worthy of the money because I'm just providing the space. Once you have custom emotes, that's a value you're providing. Somebody wants to pay $5 for a subscription. They get your emotes for that month. They can use your emotes on Twitch if you have your Discord and such set up. During that month, they're subscribed. That is suddenly value that you are providing. They're able to get your sub badge next to their name in your chat. They're able to be ad-free. If they cheer bits, they get that bit badge. They can get towards bit emotes, and that's what the value they're getting out of that. It all depends on every one of these methods of support all help. If you're active in a chat, if you're helping out financially, it's all part of the package. It's all part of the things that help us grow.
Yeah, and I think
it's all part of the things that help you grow as well. You know, whoever is sitting here listening to this saying, "Oh, I didn't think about the fact that the person who I sub to only gets $2.50, or I cheered bits and I didn't think about the fact that they only are getting like 60 cents on the dollar that I'm spending." Is your goal to buy something off of their channel? Is your goal to have their emotes? In which case, sure, you go for the sub. They get $2.50. Twitch gets the other $2.50. Is your goal to support them as much as you can because you believe in what they're doing? Then go ahead and consider a donation or a tip, because that's as much money going to them as possible. Go ahead, Peace Dog.
no, I'm loving everything about it. So the get up, dude, is there's a rule that I have that I can only be serious for an hour and a half, and then it starts to have a detrimental effect on my mental health. So I have to. So my Snow Bunny got me this shirt. I don't know if you can see it. It says I like coffee, my Borador, and maybe 3 other people. So that's um something that you said in all of that, actually, that I want you to expand on a little bit. Let's talk a little bit about raids. First of all, who to raid and the importance of being sure that you're raiding somebody that you have checked out prior, and how to handle it when a raid is coming into you.
First off, I'm proud of you for making it a good hour and 20 minutes into stream. I mean, plus our prep time as well. You know.
Oh, I forgot about. You shouldn't have mentioned that. I would have.
Yeah, I don't expect you to make it an hour, so you did better than I thought you were gonna do.
Right on.
So rating. Let's talk about growth. I guess is kind of the next thing. We've talked a little bit about money. We've talked about ways to support people. Rating is a built-in networking tool in Twitch. If you raid someone, they if they're a beneficial person, if they're a that's not the way I wanted to phrase that. If you raid someone cool, I'm going to use the word cool just kind of as a technical term here. If you raid somebody cool, they're going to notice, they're going to appreciate it. You're adding value to them because you're sending your viewers over their way, whether your viewers are active in chat or not, preferably with a raid message. And it's a networking tool, because if you're raiding a friend, you build that friendship because you're saying, hey, the party's arrived, we're all walking in. You know, Peace Dog set up the mental health room, and suddenly like me I bring in the Spark Bomb crew, and we're here to have a good time and make a little bit of a party environment, so that everyone's not just thinking like, oh, my day is crappy. Instead, it's just like, let's bring in the balloons, let's bring in the cap with the bells that I can't take seriously right now. Let's bring in something that shakes things up a little bit. And then Peace Dog, you get energized because suddenly I brought in a bunch of people, and you're like, oh, it's go time. How am I going to celebrate the fact that we just got, somebody brought in their group of friends, we've all been to a party, I assume, or some sort of social gathering or whatever, where you get there early and the room is dead. And you're just like, I should have taken another 10 minutes to get ready. Maybe I should leave. Maybe I should do whatever else.
See, I do that Monday, Wednesday, and Friday at 8:00.
But then somebody comes in with their crew, with their carpool, brings in like 4 or 5 people. They're all having a great time. They're bringing a great energy, and suddenly the party is started. That's what a raid is meant to be. And so your goal is to help bring that energy to somebody else's stream, to add that value to what they are doing. And so first things first, you want to prepare your community for the handoff. if I'm talking to my community, I say, Peace Dog is a mental health streamer. He values peer support, which is a fancy way of saying that he wants to help people individually, which is something, as spark farmers we all believe in. If there's if you're having a bad day, if there's something you're struggling with, he's a guy to talk to better than me. I can entertain, he can actually talk about what's going on a little bit. And we're going to type this raid message in that's going to be the mansion has invaded the dog park or something like that. I'll type this out in chat for anybody who's watching the stream of the VOD. Has invaded the dog park, if I type correctly. And something that people don't think about, the thing with a raid message is that it makes everyone in your community engage with the new community. So, Mika, Gadzooks, Nebby, Cypress, all people who are regulars in my community, all here supporting us today, thank you. But if I tell them, hey, we're gonna post this raid message, and every one of them posts it, suddenly Peace Dog knows, like, okay, it's not just a number of ShatteredRift rated with X viewers. It's suddenly these names are popping up on stream, all saying the same message. So he immediately knows, okay, this isn't a person who found me randomly at a weird time. It's suddenly these people came over with ShatteredRift. They're bringing the party in. Thank you for being here. Welcome on in. You guys are the ones who I'm individually talking to, just like with the lurk message I was talking about before. Is suddenly Peace Dog's thinking like, okay, I'm talking to Cypress, I'm talking to Mika, I'm talking to Nebby, I'm talking to Gadzooks. These are the people I'm specifically talking to. As opposed to a silent raid where it's just like, well, okay, you raided with 12 people, with 20 people, but no one said hi, which happens all the time. And it's terrible because it's just like, okay, I appreciate the view count to help my discoverability in my category today. If we got rated right now, the viewership jumps up, however much, and we're getting discovered a little more for this stream. But if nobody is active in chat, does it matter? Are we reaching people who are helpful? And hopefully we still are, but it's one of those things where you want the engagement. And the other reason, the most important reason, I'm looking at you, whoever is looking at me on stream right now. The reason you want a raid message and the reason why you post the raid message when you are involved in a raid is for the sexy VIP badges. Okay? Every so many people who talk at once in a chat, like I don't know if it's a 5-minute window or exactly what it is, Peace Dog is able to get some VIP badges unlocked that he can hand out to people in his community. And
Yes.
that can give them a fancy badge next to their name to make them feel special. It can let them maybe bypass if people aren't allowed to post links in here, which is something I do in my chat, is people can't post links unless they're a mod or VIP. Plain and simple.
Can I interrupt you for just a second?
Absolutely.
Night Owl, you doing okay, man? First of all, you don't have to apologize ever unless you step on my tail. But if you are having a really, really bad day, we're here. All right. Cool. Go ahead, man.
Night Owl, when you decide to hit that live button, I haven't checked out your channel the entire time we've been sitting here. I am getting behind on my own stuff. Okay, so you've been hitting that live button. You have been streaming. Okay, I wasn't sure if you had started streaming or not. I want to check out one of your streams sometime. I plan to drop by. I'm curious. And this is one of those things for those of you who are looking like, how do I help other people discover me? Is being active in somebody's chat. Eventually they're going to ask, do you stream? And you're going to have a chance to say like, yeah, I stream. And they're going to be like, oh, cool, I want to check you out sometime.
Right.
And same thing with the rating is that, the original question I think you asked me, Peace Dog, was, the importance of rating somebody who you know. I've made some random raids. A lot of the people who I raid, I don't know. I don't know well, I should say.
That's
and
interesting.
that's just kind of what happens sometimes. And I don't know if my viewers are going to enjoy that person or not. They come for me. Your viewers come for you, and maybe they'll like whoever you pass them along to. Maybe they won't. Maybe they'll stick around. They'll post the raid message to be polite, which is part of the reason why we have that raid message again, is so that you're all doing your part, helping to unlock VIP badges. You're helping to show your support of the streamer whose raid you were in on. but maybe the person who just got raided isn't for you, or maybe you were going to get off anyway and you were staying up late or staying on too long watching somebody who you enjoy, and that's perfectly fine. We all understand that everyone's going to leave at whatever time they have to. That even though we're stuck here in these seats for the entire time we're on air, doesn't mean you are.
Right. And Night Owl,
so,
just so you know, I don't view what we've been doing the last 5 minutes as you self-promoting. There's a big difference between what has just occurred and self-promotion. And let's go into that a little bit, Rift, because if you really want to grow your channel, you need to learn how to self-promote without self-promoting. I mean, so let's talk about what is bad self-promotion.
I mean, Night Owl's using an example here in chat of just being of saying, you know, I didn't want to self-promote. You know, it's rude to say, like, go follow my stream, please, and go raid me. Nobody cares about you until they care about you. Nobody cares about you until they know who you are and what you are about. Nobody cares about you until you have done something positive for them. There are those of you today who have gotten something out of what Peace Dog and I have been saying. Maybe it's just one thing, and one thing is all you need. And maybe you've said, hey, I want to talk to one of these guys more. Or maybe you say these guys are full of hot air and they can go back to that donut shop they were talking about earlier.
Right.
It doesn't matter. Either one of those things is fine.
Especially the donuts.
Oh, I could go for some Krispy Kreme. Or some voodoo. I'm here in Portland, Oregon.
Snow Bunny brought me some donuts about a half hour before we started streaming. So
God bless her.
Yeah.
And so your goal isn't to just go in and say, like, hey, I'm a streamer, I do all these things. I could go do that because I stream. I obviously, you know, if you're still watching me, you probably think that I have some idea of what I'm talking about at least. But if I came in here from start one and said, hey, go like, comment, and subscribe to my stuff on YouTube, go follow me here on Twitch.
Hit the like
awesome
button.
Person. hit the sub button right now for Peace Dog, because
right.
or worse yet, you know, go hit my sub button instead of Peace Dog's button.
Right.
No, Peace Dog asked me to be on his show right here to have a conversation to help people learn how to grow their channels. I said let's go with the clickbait title of how to make money on Twitch to see if that draws in some extra eyes, because I do think of it on the financial side, even though when I'm streaming, I'm very focused on the what am I doing for my community side? What am I doing for the people who are there in chat with me? Night Owl, you need more than 5 hours of sleep. That's not enough.
Says ShatteredRift, the expert on getting enough sleep.
I get 2 or 3 hour sessions of sleep a day somewhere.
Yeah.
We're all learning. We're all improving in some capacity. The point is, if you come into let me talk about how I network. So I talked about raids, and this is something I think we've all been through a raid. But the common thing is that if we're in a channel, we're here in Peace Dog's channel, somebody raids in. Peace Dog says, "Hey, welcome to my community. This is what the dog park is about. Thank you. So thank you, ShatteredRift, for the raid. Welcome on in, Spark Bombers, whatever else." Read the message above. Yeah, I saw the 35 hours of no sleep. It was 35 hours? Yeah, 35 hours of no sleep, and that was... I can't do that. And Peace Dog says, thank you, ShatteredRift, for the raid. Welcome on in, Spark Bombers. My name is Peace Dog. This is the dog park. We are a mental health support stream that focuses on pure support and being able to have people to come in and talk to help you through whatever's going on in your life right now, whether that's you're having a bad day, whether you're working to kick an addiction, whether you're looking for somebody to be accountable to, or you just want somebody to check in with, whether you're just trying to escape the crappy week that we're all having that I had forgotten about until now, but any of the above. That's the value that Peace Dog is trying to add. I need to add that value beforehand by telling my community, let's hand off. This is Peace Dog. This is what he is about. At least post that raid message to show that you're there. Maybe say goodnight to him if you're going to peace out before you peace out, so that he knows, hey, the raiders came over, they were cordial, and it was a good experience. Most people came into the room, said hi, but they were going on to another party, and that's fine. Meanwhile, though, after a Peace Dog stream, he might come back to me. He might say, hey, thanks for the raid earlier. I want to check out more of your stuff. Maybe I want to invite you to be on my stream to guest star with me and talk about how to do some channel growth or something. That's your networking tool right there. And any good streamer figures out how to use raiding in that way. It's a built-in tool. It's super, super helpful. We were talking about there was a self-promotion question there somewhere that I'm forgetting, wasn't there?
I think that a big thing for newer streamers that I see, and unfortunately, even some more experienced streamers, and this is probably why I said, enjoy your time as affiliate and make your mistakes as affiliate, because,
As pre-affiliate.
Or pre-affiliate, rather. Yeah, my bad. By the time you have 400 or 500 followers and you're going into, and this isn't me, obviously, but I see this every day. A person with 400 or 500 followers going into another stream and self-promoting or trading follows for follows. And it's not necessary. Raids are great networking. For me, what has gave me the most followers was just being active in other people's streams and meeting people that way. And they say, oh, that guy's kind of cool. Maybe I'll go check him out. And I don't even ask. I don't even, unless I'm asked by the streamer, I don't say that I stream. It's just, followers should come naturally. I think it shouldn't be something that you're necessarily really trying for. Am I making sense?
You are. Welcome in, Jennifer.
Hello, Jennifer. How are you today?
At this point, I've tried to get into the habit of just not even thinking about how many followers somebody has, because it's not a reflection of how active their community is. It's not a reflection of how successful they are. It's not a reflection of anything other than how many people hit that heart button.
Right.
If I go into somebody else's stream and let's say that I go into somebody else's stream with the intention to pick up a new follower, a new viewer, whatever else. And there's nothing wrong with wanting to do that. We all want to grow our communities. We all want to grow our business. We all want to grow whatever it is we are doing. I watch Donkey Kong Country streamers, not whenever I have the spare time, but whenever I have the spare time. It's become a running joke in my community that if somebody comes in and they play Donkey Kong, everyone knows I was watching them. And that's how I met them. And what I did, let's go ahead and lay out exactly what I did. I was checking to see who was streaming Donkey Kong Country, or Donkey Kong Country 2, or Donkey Kong Country 3, or whatever game that you like, maybe, is how you're going to adapt this to you. I was specifically checking whoever had a low view count, anywhere from like 1 to 10 viewers. I went and dropped in, and a lot of these people had either a dead chat, or it was just a couple of people active in chat, maybe. And I started off by saying, hi, how are you doing today? Maybe I talked a little bit about the level they were on, or I joined in the conversation they were already having. Maybe I said, I love this song, or this is my favorite level. Maybe I'd type an F in chat when they were about to die. I go in for a good, 20 minutes to an hour on somebody's stream. If they have clips that I can take clips, and there's something that I think is a clippable moment, I clip it. And then if they let URLs get posted in their chat, I will post that clip right there in their channel. Because my goal when I go into their stream, even if I am looking to pick them up as a viewer for myself, is to add value to their stream, to give them somebody to talk to, because that is what all of us want at the very beginning. At the very beginning, every one of us wants somebody to come in and be with us in our stream. And then eventually, maybe the conversation comes to, if I stream or not. And that's my opportunity to say, like, yeah, I was streaming this game a few months ago or something.
So,
Jenny, I might be you. I don't know.
Jennifer is a streamer that is very, well, how did she put it? She interacts with people who promote each other 85% of the time naturally. So she's by nature a very collaborative streamer. Um, and I'm not, I don't want to make this sound like I'm saying there's anything wrong with that, because that that is a path to success. Absolutely. For me personally, um, the reason that I don't necessarily get hung up on the follow for follow kind of mentality is because there are there are some streams that I go to for my own personal self care that I don't think they would really, not that they wouldn't be welcomed in my community, they would feel uncomfortable probably, because they, some of the jokes they tell might not go over well, or they might fear that they won't go over well. So it's, um but I think that the more experienced streamers, and you know I say Papa Paws because pretty much everybody in both of our communities knows who we're talking about. And when you think of a streamer like Papa Paws, um, who is absolutely 100% anti promotion, self promotion, yet he also has those periods of time in his streams where he promotes the streamers. And you and I also both know that he, off of his channel, he's very active checking out the streams of his community and supporting those streams. So it's, and many of those streams he doesn't follow. I mean, when you get to that level of 1,000 followers, let's say, or you know if you once, and I know this because the people that I follow, my list is getting bigger than I can, I can't support all the
All
streams
of
that I
ours
want
are.
to. Right.
All of ours are.
Right. And so, um no, 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 no. Jenny, wait. Okay. He did not, he was not pissed. Let's put it that way. I don't think Papa gets angry at people, and honestly, I don't think he even remembers the incident. So, um, I'm just trying to make a point for people who don't know this, that sometime, and there's another thing I have to say this because I know somebody's going to watch this VOD, and I want to say this as gently as possible, and maybe you can explain why, but don't call out your lurkers unless they tell you they're lurking. Why don't you do that, ShatteredRift?
Why don't you do that? Because when somebody says something in your chat, that is the invitation to interact with them. When someone comes in your chat and just says hi, that is your invitation to interact with them. I talked about having my lurk command right there in my title in every stream. When someone types that !lurk in my chat, that is the invitation I have to interact with them. There are plenty of other people who might be watching my stream. I don't know who they are. I don't care who they are. I don't care who they are in the sense that it's not my place to speak directly to them at that time. It's not my place to say them by name. Skyfire Sage, one of my good friends, lurks. He has my stream open basically 24/7, and he is always lurking, whether he's watching or not, because he wants to farm my channel points. Which, if you have good channel point redemptions, that's a good way to keep viewer retention. The thing is, he does not care half the time about what I'm playing. The other half of the time, he's super engaged, but half the time he has zero interest in any of it. You don't know what's going on in the life of somebody who's watching your stream. All you know is that they clicked onto your stream. That is all that you know. They might have clicked onto your stream by accident, for all you know. Cypress is redeeming a hydrate for both of us, I think. She wants to see my rose glass.
I can't believe how much this coffee's going through me today. So I might have to ask a long-winded question and hit the head again real quick.
Let's. I have I think a tangent I want to go on.
Okay.
If you're gonna go into somebody else's chat and ask for follows or ask for support or whatever else, why are you doing that? What is it you want out of Twitch? I talked about, and I'm just gonna go off on this. Yeah, there we go. You know, I talked before is what are you sharing with others? That's the first question, is why are you streaming? What are you sharing with others? What value are you adding to them? I'm adding entertainment. Peace Dog is adding mental health. People in chat out of who I know, which is my community. So Jenny, I don't know what you're about, or you said you're about more collaborative stuff in your stuff. Let me skim up and find that again. I know Cypress just wants to have a nice cozy environment. Nebro shares art. Mika likes sharing getting scared. You know, Night Owl was enjoying some Stardew Valley, which Stardew Valley has a good following. There are plenty of games and communities with their own followings. You stream mental health, Jenny. Okay. And so if you're going into it, if you're looking to grow, because all of us are looking to grow, why are you looking to grow? Like, what do you accomplish more by growing? If I grow more, I entertain more people, sure, that has some value. I like sharing fashion stuff with people. That's certainly value for those who care to dress nicer or who want to have a sense of normalcy right now while so many of us are working from home. It's nice. I think it's nice to see somebody dressed up who's taking things business as usual. I don't know if my viewers have necessarily felt that, but it was one of my big things while streaming. I value dancing. Anytime I get to talk about ballroom dance on stream, that's a great thing that I'm sharing. That's one of my passions and something I'm huge about. I'm big on these business discussions. It's why when Peace Talk invited me here, I was just like, let's do it. Let's make it happen. What are you looking to add? What are you looking to share with others? What message is it that you have that has value? And Jenny, I see what you're saying here in chat. I definitely want to come around to it. I think I'll go ahead and respond to it along the same lines I am now. So Jenny is saying that she has shattered goals that she felt she didn't put legitimate time into. I assume your pronoun is she. Let me know if I'm wrong on that, please. And you haven't looked at your analytics. You haven't looked at it from that standpoint. And the thing is, if you're looking at strictly like analytics, strictly numbers, like, oh, I need to hit so many viewers, I need to hit so many followers, I need to hit so many subs. Why? What value does that have? What does that number mean? Okay, you need to hit so many subs because you need to be pulling so much money for your time, maybe. Okay, that's fair. But what are you doing to earn that money? I keep on hammering home the point. Peace Dog is here creating an environment where people can come in and feel comfortable. Cypress creates an environment where people can come in and feel cozy. Mika creates an environment where people are okay to come in and be scared or to watch Mika getting scared. I'm creating an environment where people can come in and be entertained and watch my strange balance of like high level gameplay with me getting distracted by chat so I die. There are people who stream games who suck at games but just hit their head against the wall over and over again with perseverance, and people like watching the struggle or the tilt or the rage. There are people who enjoy just having somebody to talk to. And so you have whatever you're sharing, but then you also have the goals that you're setting. And the question with your goals is who are you trying to reach? What are you trying to add into them? And Mika's trolling me here in chat by mentioning some crowd control times of redeeming the vanishing floors from under stream. Jenny's mentioning imposter syndrome again.
We actually spoke about that. Yeah. I had to put the hat back on because Jenny didn't see it earlier. So
I hadn't realized you're taking it off. You know, it's The first question is what are you looking to provide for the people who come into your stream, into your chat? It might just be that you want somebody to BS with. Maybe you want somebody to be sitting in that thing, somebody sitting in that chair back there, who's here talking to you while you play games. That is probably 95% of Twitch right there. Is I want to play games. I want people to come talk to me while I play games. Cool. That's what you're looking to do. In that case, if you go into somebody else's stream to promote yourself, or you're on Twitter promoting yourself, or whatever else, why? How does that get you somebody in that chair talking to you? I talked about the fact that I go into people's streams who have like low viewerships and I engage with them. I'm that person in their stream. I go and I sit in that chair and I talk to them. A good number of those people, by no means all, probably half, I would say, come into my stream later, say hi to me, have a good time. Maybe they stick around, maybe they don't. Maybe they like me, maybe they don't. But what they know is that I was willing to go chill with them. And so they decided to come chill with me.
You also don't know who watches your VODs. And that's an important thing also. Just because you haven't seen somebody that you visited doesn't mean they're not checking you out. Maybe you don't stream. Maybe you stream when Rift, most of the time that Rift streams, I'm in bed. So the only way that I can catch him is by watching a VOD. And, so the only way that he would know that I watched a VOD is if I said, you said something funny the other night. And he put in his head that, oh, well, I wasn't there the other night. He must have watched a VOD. So, I don't know why the hell I brought that up, but I did. I wanted to point that out.
Well, no, it's a hello, Snow Bunny.
Hi, Snow Bunny.
I'm gonna respond to Jenny specifically and try to broaden out these comments. So Jenny said, I want someone who comes into my chat to make sure they've eaten, taken their medication, brushed their teeth, called the doctor, did whatever they've forgotten to do that day, and also to identify to be able to have words to just. I'm gonna paraphrase a little bit, Jenny. Correct me if this is a misinterpretation. And also to sort of to have specific words to describe how they're feeling. And they can take that in whatever direction they want to do, whether they just want to self-identify with their feelings, whether they want to talk about their feelings, whatever else. Hopefully that's an accurate depiction of what Jenny just said. Okay, that's the value that Jenny is looking to add. And so the question from there is, how do you provide that in your stream? How do you get them to say more than just, I'm not bad, I'm not doing well, or I'm doing bad, or meh, or well, I'm alive, because we all make that joke plenty of times. And so that's the kind of thing that you want to find a way to add that into your dialogue while you're on stream. The thing I want everyone to get out of this who watches this on the VOD, who listens to Peace Dog and I just rambling over and over again, is the first question is, what are you sharing with people while you're on air, while you're streaming? What do you want to share with them? What do you want them to get out of this? What have they told you that they get out of this? Any of the above. And then how do you improve upon that? How do you help them to get more value out of what they're already getting? And so that's kind of what Jenny is saying, is Jenny doesn't want just a, like, hey, how are you? Fine. So instead you skip that question. So first off, I think the how are you question is a terrible question, because let's have a funny story for a second. I got into the habit maybe a couple of years back of just answering honestly whenever somebody asked how I was doing. I wouldn't go into detail, but if I was having a bad day, I would just say I'm doing bad. 99% of people have no idea how to respond to that, and it's hilariously funny to me.
Well, and this is when Nebby talked about the magic of Twitch earlier. I will share something along that line that actually counters that point. I forced myself one Saturday morning to push the go live button. I was in a shit mood, and if Snow Bunny's still in here, she knows the morning I'm talking about, and she can vouch. I was in a shit mood, and somebody in my community came in and they asked how I was doing, and I just said, I'm going to be real with you today, man. I'm in a shit mood. And he says, well, I'll be back in 5 minutes or so. And within 5-10 minutes, there were 5 to 10 people in my chat cheering me up. And it's not just my channel that I've seen that in. I've seen that in dozens and dozens of channels. And the people that they brought back weren't even people that I knew. I've never seen them since, you know. Um, I don't know what the fuck I was going off on there, but
Well, no. Let me try to tie these two thoughts together,
okay.
because Jenny is trying to dig deeper, and you're trying to talk about kind of the magic of Twitch as a platform. Unlike every other social media out there right now, Twitch lets people be a lot more authentic by comparison. You can, as a streamer, you can say, hey, today sucks. I mean, I had a terrible day the other day because our heat died. The game I was going to stream, I didn't have the power cables for my GameCube handy. It was a bad day in general for other reasons. You know, you had the day you were just talking about. But we're comfortable enough on Twitch to be able to have those conversations. Whereas YouTube, you know, for example, everything is just let's go like professional video quality from
Right.
like looks amateur but is professional quality. You know, if we talk about Instagram, it's all these perfectly filtered selfies from perfect angles that paint a completely accurate picture, sarcasm, of everything that's going on in life. Whereas Twitch is meant to be that we're hanging out. We're able to be a little bit more real. We can't necessarily be completely real because as streamers, we're both still presenting to an audience. We're still focused on our audience. We can't be like, today sucks. My life is terrible. I don't know how I'm going to do anything. Like I think we've all dropped into a stream like that at some point, and there's you have permission on Twitch to say that your day is not going well. You don't have permission to rant about it unless you've got something to really go into, or unless you really want, if you have a community that really supports that. But you do have an environment where you don't have to be like, hi, how are you doing today? I hope you're having a great day. Let me put on my fake customer service face and smile and voice and make sure that you're having the best experience possible, even though I want to quit this job and have for the last several months. You're all welcome for that ugly depiction I just gave. And it's something I think people don't realize, especially like anyone from my perspective, coming from a business mindset, of anyone who looks at this as a business, it's just like you can't do that in business. You can't be real. You can't be authentic. When the reality is that on Twitch, you have a lot of freedom to do that.
I think that so
That catfishing emote is awesome. Anyone who's not watching the chat or the VOD right now, you need to see Jenny's catfishing emote. It's a cat in I think it's a boat. I thought it was a teacup at first with a fishing pole.
So Jenny was on Catfish on the show. Just I hope that's okay to share, because I've heard you share that before. So I imagine that's where the emote comes from. And you don't have to worry, Jennifer. The cats are welcome in the dog park. So are squirrels and bunnies. We're nice. We don't chase them around.
We don't? Oh, I didn't get that memo.
And by the way, I did want to say this actually. I don't know how long you've streamed exactly, Jennifer, but I bet I could guess within a month or two. And you're doing great for where you're at. I mean, I think your streams look great. I mean, you mentioned earlier that um, you mentioned earlier that you felt like your stream was cluttered, and I actually think that it's pretty cool the way that it looks. So, and this goes for everybody really. Because I see this in a lot of streamers, whether they're new streamers. Papa Paws mentioned it just the other day. Um, don't sell yourself short. Going back to the imposter syndrome. I mean, just because it doesn't feel like you haven't done a lot of work to your stream doesn't mean that you haven't. It just means you've forgotten how much you've done. Do a name change. You'll find out how much you've done. That's what I'd tell you.
I want to give everyone a tool right now to use. Let me figure out how to phrase the ask the people, and do this individually. Do not do this while you are live, or everyone's going to pile on top of each other and say the exact same thing, and it's going to be terrible. But reach out to people individually. Maybe just the people who you trust most in your communities. For those of us who have a big enough community, ask them, what are 3 things you enjoy about my streams? I think that should be a sufficient way to phrase that question. What are 3 things you enjoy about my streams? Again, ask this privately. If we ask this publicly in chat right now, everyone would start bouncing off the same ideas and say the same things. Whereas if you ask them individually, you're going to find a few different answers. And so, Jenny, I mean, this tool is going to be super useful for you in particular, I think, is that people are going to tell you what it is you are doing right. Some of them might phrase it in a super vague way of just like, oh, I like your energy. That's fine. They like your energy. It shows that there's something about your personality that's working right. Maybe they're going to say, I appreciate having somebody check in, and I appreciate somebody who's real and authentic. Maybe they're going to say, I like your emotes. Maybe they're going to... You'll get all kinds of answers. And then compare the answers to each other and see where the overlap is. Especially for people who subscribe to you, or who are cheering for you, or whatever else. Because those are the people who are going to tell you what it is you're doing that is worth them paying money. Welcome on in, Super Genki Life.
Super! How are you doing, brother? It's good to see you, man.
But take that question. Let's also say, what is that, 206-ish? 205-ish? Question. I'm gonna just jot things in the timestamp because we're gonna have a super long VOD for Peace Dog to comb through later to try to grab highlights from. And that right there can tell you what it is you're doing right, and it can tell you what you should...
Wait. I have to do more work?
You don't have to.
Oh, okay.
I think you said you were going to.
Oh, okay.
I'm not going to do it.
All right, go carry on.
Or if Cypress wants to be awesome, or somebody else wants to be awesome and take down these few timestamps we're recording down and say like, hey, this was when that thing was, because that was an important moment. But this is something that can tell you right now what it is you're doing right and what it is you can double down on in your stream, or what you can look at specifically, rather than just having this vague sense of like, oh, well, I'm succeeding kind of magically and I don't know why, or I'm failing hard and I don't know why. It'll suddenly tell you what it is. It'll at least give you an idea about what it is you're doing correct. And that's really the important difference between those who are growing and those who aren't, is that if you aren't actively looking for a way to grow, you're going to stagnate. You're going to start plateauing. You're going to start running into problems of, well, I hit this level and I don't know why, and all of a sudden I'm just stuck here. Like, personally, I've been stuck at the same viewership for the last 3 months, I think. And a lot of the reason for that was that I was just streaming way too darn much. And so I was doing some morning streams for a little while, which is part of how Peace Dog and I properly connected in the first place, which was a great value.
A huge value. Huge value. Yes.
But it also meant that my viewership was sinking the last couple of months because I was doing those morning streams that a lot of my normal community was not catching. I was getting different viewers, for example. And so I tried out the morning streams. There's very much an experimentation involved in streaming, a willingness to try new things. Mika mentioned earlier that I was doing a political parody stream that she hates, but that she drops by to lurk in or sometimes join and chat in because she enjoys my community. She enjoys watching me stream regardless. And that political parody stream is probably a terrible idea. I've certainly gotten sick of it, but it was something I knew I wanted to experiment with. I wanted to see how it landed. I wanted to learn from it. going back to the original point that Peace Dog made, that we're either learning or teaching. Twitch is a platform where we have the freedom to experiment. We have the freedom to. So something I've been saying for a while is that all of us start on Twitch as gamers because that's kind of the common denominator, but then we go off into the things that we love. I get to include more and more ballroom dance, or more and more about Spark Bomb, which is a kind of long time ongoing story. Peace Dog gets to talk about mental health, which I don't know if you didn't start with mental health. You started with
Not at
music,
all.
right?
No, Peace Dog is actually my third name. I began on Twitch 100% just as a means to improve my social skills. That was it. And when I went affiliate, I was like, oh, what do I do now? And so I changed to the old fat guy and tried to make this character. And I literally and this is another Twitch magic thing, on the night I was going to no longer stream, I went to shut my computer off and saw that Papa Paws was up. And this was when he was doing his evening streams. And just like you said, it was an experiment for him. I would have never met him had he not been doing it. And that was the first time I had seen a mental health focused stream and realized that, wow, this has the power for advocacy. And that's when the evolution of what is now Peace Dog came from. So this isn't working all properly yet, because I suck at commands, but it'll get there. That's supposed to say Jennifer in the first name. Somehow I got my name on it both times.
Yeah, you'll fix it later.
Yeah. No sorries. No sorries.
Okay, so Jenny, you're saying that you feel stuck, but you're not stuck based on the results. Am I understanding that correctly? So I'm definitely getting a little bit lost in some of your. That's what you're saying. Okay. Good. You should feel that way. That's how I would phrase it. Peace Dog might phrase it differently. I'm going to say, if you feel stuck, if you feel like you're struggling, if you feel like there's a wall in front of you, it's usually a sign you're doing something right, or that you have the right mindset. Now, that's my personal take. Peace Dog might disagree with me. Others in chat might disagree with me. But it shows, to me, it shows that you care about what you're doing and you care to do it well.
So if I could comment, because I've seen Jenny's stream more than I don't think you've met her, so
I have not. No.
Okay. If I could comment on your stream, Jenny, as to what I think is your little magic sauce or whatever, or why it's growing and you feel like you're not doing anything, you're very genuine when you're talking to somebody. So, Riff talked earlier about the fake waitress voice. It's very apparent. If anybody who has watched your stream for more than an hour, it's very apparent that you genuinely are interested in how that person's feeling. And that draws people. So, I mean, that goes back to when Night Owl was asking about playing different games. People come to the stream ultimately for you.
And one other thing along the same lines, it's not about winning every viewer. It's not about being a one-size-fits-all model. If you're worrying about every, I need to phrase it better than the way it's in my head right now. You're going to connect with the people who you're going to connect with. You're going to resonate with the people who you're going to resonate with. And those are the people who you're looking for. You're not looking for everyone. You're not looking to, this is speaking to everyone. You're not looking to become a partner, or Twitch partner overnight. You're looking to find the people who you're able to share whatever it is you're looking to share with, and bring them into your community. You're looking to help those people. And for the people who you're not able to do that with necessarily, because some of us think Peace Dog and I could look at the same streamer, and one of us say this person's authentic, the other one says this person's not authentic. Either one of us could look at the same streamer and be like, this is the funniest. One of us says this is the funniest person I've ever seen, and the other one of us is going to say this is the dumbest person I've ever seen. Now, fortunately, we have a lot of overlapping interests, so we probably wouldn't have that happen. But the point is, for especially in a mental health situation, for mental health streams, there's one mental health streamer that's going to be very, very beneficial to you individually, or to someone in your community individually, but not to another.
Rift, I got to do something right now, because I see somebody lurking, and I'm going to break a rule, because I'm going to shout out a lurker, because we talked about him earlier, so I'm not really breaking any rules. This is the reason we met, is this guy, and I think that he has a valuable stream. Oh, he might be gone.
I'm not seeing a name in the viewer list.
Yeah, he might be gone. All right. Well, it's all good. He was
and that's
on
one of the other reasons why you don't call out lurkers, because you don't know how long they actually stick around for.
Right.
Either.
Exactly. All right. It's all good. Carry on.
You got three responses to the question already, Jenny. Good to hear. Good job getting on that. Let's bring this back around to smaller streamers, by which I mean anyone who's either pre-affiliate or a new affiliate, or has a viewership of 10 or less regularly. Sorry, I'm glancing at my notes right now, and I'm realizing there was something I would have been really helpful for me to say early on, and it's just completely useless now. I'm very big on I find the most value in focusing on the big things. I focus on figure out what you're doing right and triple down on it. Ignore all of the auxiliary stuff. As streamers, we have to know a million things about a million things. We have to understand how our OBS software works. We have to understand how webcams work. We have to understand how our microphone settings all work. We have to understand how to get our games to work, our computer, our whole setup to work. We have to know how we look and present ourselves. We have to be able to speak well. Oh gosh, we have to be able to speak well, which is a terrible thing for all of us. And the truth is, we're learning one day at a time. We're picking up one thing a day at a time. We're improving one thing a day at a time. And it's very easy to get caught up in... Peace Dog, can I call you out?
Call me out.
So Peace Dog and I, coming into this, we were trying to figure out what exactly we're going to talk about. Are we just going to have kind of the ramble we've turned this into? Are we going to focus on some specific subjects? And I said, here's what we're going to do. I want to see what I can help you with your stream, with your whole setup. And let me make sure I'm having... Oh, I don't have my email handy to pull up accurate facts. But you were asking me all these specific questions about, like, really specific things. You were like...
I'm grabbing the email.
Yeah, I should pull it up, too. Otherwise, I'm just going to botch what I'm saying here while I'm trying to say things accurately. Let me... Let's go back. We had a good back and forth before this whole thing started.
Yeah, 24 back and forths we've had on this.
So I kind of called you out first. I was just like, what? You were using a lot of technical terms. You referred to the CPHPSS, which I assume half people in chat have no idea what that means. Even
Jenny
in
does.
Health context.
Jenny does.
Okay. I assume one person knows what that.
Yeah.
And one of the things I really criticized, I said, how do you introduce yourself? What are you about? What are you trying to do? Because at the time, your answer was just kind of mental health. And mental health is vague
Right.
in the same sense that if I was just and I had to call myself out on this whole thing later because I was still calling myself a gaming variety streamer. That's vague. There's a million gaming variety streamers on Twitch. I'm one part retro, particularly SNES era. I'm one part indie, like obscure new indie game stuff. I'm one part the political parody stream that I'm doing. I'm trying to decide if I need to cancel tonight based on all the political mess that's going on right now. I'm not just like, oh, I'm a gaming variety. I'm not the same as a gaming variety streamer who plays Fall Guys all the time, or who plays Phasmophobia all the time, or does like a more community based variety necessarily.
Right.
I'm also not a gaming variety streamer in the way that my friend Skyfire Sage is, where he plays primarily retro and popular indies, and he cares about playing at the highest level of play that he can. You know, and so the question is, you know, one of the most important things on Twitch is how do you present yourself? I've started saying that I'm a ballroom dancer by day, streamer by night is kind of my new go-to thing. I'm testing how that resonates. You know, for what we ended up coming up with yours was that, you know, the dog park is community focused on, I'm gonna just read this off, improving mental health wellness by offering hope, providing encouragement, and giving support to each other. Which is different from a mental health streamer who perhaps just wants to create a positive environment. You know, we've talked a lot about Papa Pause, and I hate to spend all the time talking about other streamers. Papa Pause is the greatest landing board for mental health in the community. If you need a high energy, highly engaged place that you can just like go into a room with a bunch of people and feel loved, but also get lost in the shuffle at the same time, if that's what you're looking for. I personally find a lot of value about going into a crowded place and not having to talk to anybody and just people watching.
Right.
Like that's what I get out of Papa's streams half the time.
Well,
some people like to go in there and engage with him on their dated on what's going on that day. Maybe they need to talk to somebody, and that's what they get out of it. You were about to say something right now, and I'll let you say what it is you get out of it, I assume?
Once in a blue moon in Papa's stream, and this happens in my stream and any mental health stream, really. And this happens maybe once a week to me in Papa's stream, where somebody comes in and they're having just a shit day, and like you said, they get lost in the shuffle. But the thing about Papa's community is there's enough people there that somebody is contacting that person behind the scenes. If somebody in Papa's community sees that somebody's been lost in the shuffle, they make sure that person's okay. And again, that's part of the magic of Twitch, because if my stream, God forbid, ever gets that much chat going on at one time, people are going to be lost in the shuffle, and so I'm going to need that assurance. Again, I don't know what point I was making on that. But
I mean, Papa's message is fundamentally that he is about love and about every person is welcome. And I'm not saying that yours isn't about that by any means. I'm not saying that what yours is, his isn't about either. But yours is very much about offering that message of hope and encouragement. That is your focus. That is your driving point. Is that, you know, there's a light at the end of the tunnel. Today sucks, but tomorrow might be better.
Right.
Today can be better. You know, it's not just a, you know.
If somebody's not smiling, I want them to be smiling. If somebody's just smiling, I want them to be laughing. If somebody's laughing, I want them to be dancing. I mean, that's kind of, for me, the point of my stream is just to have that person go up one little notch. And
for me, I want everyone to be dancing.
Exactly, Cypress. That's, I think, the most successful streams that I've personally seen are those streams that have the strongest communities. And it's not, and of course there's exceptions to the rules. There's always going to be the ninja, or, you know, Doctor Disrespects or whatever. Um, the thing is that a strong community is far more. I hate using this word, but it's far more value to have a strong community than it is to be a strong personality. I guess would be my.
It depends on what you're trying to do. I think there's a.
Actually, that is true because I know somebody actually that's lurking currently that is a speed rush kind of um, or a speed run, I guess it's called.
Speedrunner, yeah.
And that's not really a community. I mean, that's people wanting to learn how to get through games fast, more so than it is a supportive community of chatters.
Well, I mean, let's go ahead and use that as an example really quick. There's a difference between a speedrunner, a streamer who primarily does a speedrun, who focuses just on being the best in the world, versus one who looks to build a community around the game they speedrun, where they're looking to like educate others, where they're looking to get other people into it, where perhaps they're looking to organize racing events where different people are all playing against each other at the same time to see who gets there first. There's a difference with a speedrunner who perhaps does it more casually, who cares about talking to chat while they're speedrunning. You know, if we ever see me speedrun someday, which I hope I never hit that point, but sadly never say never on that one, I want my chat to try to distract me and get me killed. That's part of the fun for me, it's part of the fun for them. It's all about the angle and what you're looking to provide. There are people for some of us, what we're looking to share with others is ourself. Is there something about us that reaches out to other people, that speaks to other people? Some people have a natural calming energy. Cypress's streams are the most calming, cozy streams out there. You know, Cypress exudes calm.
Yep, 100%.
There are, you know, Papa Paws exudes energy, just raw energy. The man barely slows down. I don't know how he does it.
Even on his bad days.
There are people who, you know, there are people who are at the top level of the game that they play, or whatever product it is they produce on stream. For example, you know, if it's a gaming stream, if it's a cooking stream, if it's a, well, you know, whatever else. There are people who, there are artists or musicians who go through their process, and maybe they describe their process as they're doing it to try to inspire others. That's something that I know Neberos cares a lot about, is if she gets somebody else into drawing and she's able to help them with a technique or something, she is like bouncing up and down. You can't see it because it just shows in her eyes, but it's 100% happening internally, if I can call her out on that.
I want to add to that a little bit, because I know she's an artist, and I know that, or I don't know, but I imagine that part of her stream has to do with earning commissions and or finding people to give her commissions. And I've met some artists who I know, because I mean you can get an idea of how many people are subbing or cheering in streams if you know what to look for, and I also can see how many commissions they're doing because they do them on stream, and there's no question that they're making 10 times off of their skill than they are by subs and bits. And so don't always assume that streaming has to be gaming or streaming has to be this or that. I mean, I've seen I've seen streams where people just sit and write. I've seen streams where people sit and just write music. It's don't be afraid to sell your skills, I guess. People aren't going to look bad at you for trying to promote your art.
I've said it before earlier in the stream, I'll say it again. We all start off streaming games because that's the common denominator on Twitch. But once we become comfortable, once we come into our own, we start streaming and talking about whatever it is we're passionate about. Again, my friend Sky, he is a chef for his career. He did one cooking stream. It unfortunately flopped, but it was something that he loved doing. I've done one stream that was a fashion webinar that flopped terribly, but I loved every second of it. I was providing great value every second of it. It's still up on YouTube if anyone wants to know how to look nice. Like, go check it out. Twitch is a platform, and the what Twitch is, the way I describe Twitch is that it is a modern radio show where people are constantly calling in. You have an active chat constantly where people are providing questions, providing commentary, providing whatever input into the show. If you're an artist, Twitch can be a platform of discovery. So people can discover Nebby through Twitch, but it's not the only way they can discover her. Her only way of making money is not just through Twitch. Thank God it's not just through subs and cheers. It's also by saying, hey, I take commissions. Go ahead and check it out if I do something that you want. If you want a custom character, if you want yourself drawn as a character, if you want to make a personalized gift or something. You know, I do indie game reviews and such, which is something that I stumbled across because of Twitch in part, but now I'm in touch with a handful of game developers. And so I've done some translation work or not translation work. I should say localization to be more exact. I've done some localization work because I'm in that area, in that market. Twitch keeps me in that market because I'm providing content about new and upcoming indie titles, half of which are terrible, by the way. Like, if you go to my indie night streams on a Tuesday night, that is some of my best and worst content depending on the night. But it connects you into those groups and it creates possibilities for what you can do. If I can shout out, I need to double check, make sure I have her name spelled correctly. Trutani is a chef. I do have shout out because I'm a mod right now on your thing.
You
Excellent.
do. Yep.
Cool. Trutani is a chef. She does something that I have not seen really anybody else do, where all of her subscribers get free cookies each month.
Oh, wow.
So if you're tier 1 on her channel, not just are you getting emotes and all of, Nebby is doing the Neb Cry emote in chat. I should clarify, continental US only. So apologies to our international friends or
Well,
to our
she
Alaskan Hawaiian friends.
automatically gets a follow, you know. I mean,
but Trutani, you sub to her, you fill out her little form, and she'll shoot you 2 good-sized cookies in the mail that I don't know how they survive being in the mail as long as they do and being the quality they are. Like, I wish they were fresh because there's nothing better than a fresh cookie, but it's still a darn good cookie. 2 cookies coming in the mail. Cypress can vouch for this because I gave her the other cookie I got from Trutani the month that I subbed. You can add value into, especially like your tier 2 and tier 3 subs, to go back to, you know, ways to bring in more in. I'm gonna hard steer the conversation for a second here if I can.
You do.
So once you hit affiliate, and I know we've talked some pre-affiliate, we've talked some different places. Once you hit affiliate, once you magically get there, follower count doesn't matter anymore. And a lot of new affiliates get stuck into that trap of like, well, I need to keep on getting followers to grow. Your goal when you hit affiliate is whatever you make of it. You no longer have to worry about how much or how little you're streaming, because you're not beholden to the 3 average viewers, the so many hours streamed, the so many days streamed. You also now have the freedom of having emotes that people might want your emotes, or channel point redemptions for people who want your channel point redemptions. Your goal is now your goal is now to do whatever it is you want to do on stream. And my suggestion, the thing that I encourage most people to do, is your goal as affiliate is now to unlock all of your tier 1 sub emotes, because that is something that will continue to make you money in the future. Once you hit, once you hit affiliate, you have your 1 tier 1 emote, your 1 tier 2 emote, your 1 tier 3 emote, your 1K bit emote, your 10K bit emote, your 5K bit emote, and your 10K bit emote. You have another 4 tier 1 emote slots that you can unlock by having a certain number of subs: 15 subs, 25 subs, 35 subs, 50 subs. If you can hit that 50 sub mark in 1 month, you unlocked all 4 of those slots. And you can put all those emotes in there, and people in the future are now subbing for your 5 emotes instead of for just that 1 emote. So suddenly it makes sense to push 4 subs for that first month or for the second month or whatever month you might be in. And of course, having higher tier subs, for a tier 2 sub, that's 2 sub points. For a tier 3 sub, that's 6 sub points. You're getting a bonus point for that amount of money. The thing is that built into Twitch, there's oh, I just got a package. Interesting. Built into Twitch, there's no reason to sub at tier 2 or to tier 3. Like, why would I pay $5 more to get a tier 2 emote? Why would I pay, $20 more to be at tier 3? All that Twitch gives us for that, and I'll go ahead and show this off in chat, is that my tier 2 emote is the Neburo Shrug emote, which my chat loves. But for some people, that's enough to spend $5 more a month because it's one really nice emote. But for most people, it's not enough. It's certainly not enough to say let's spend an extra $20 a month for the Neburos Eyes emote, even though that's a nice emote. And even though you're getting the extra, Neburos, of course, is just showing off the Rift Shrug and the Rift Eyes because she, of course, decided to just be insane with her wallet. But for most people, that's not enough incentive to go higher. But if you can provide something extra, Tanya is offering those extra cookies for her tier 2 and tier 3 subs. You could offer a game night once a month for your tier 2 and higher subs. You could offer a postcard for your tier 3 subs each month or something, like a thank you note in the mail, maybe.
Personalized video.
You could offer a personalized video.
Yeah.
You can find something extra that you personally package in to your higher tier subs that suddenly somebody who's looking at your subscriber levels might be like, oh, okay, that's actually really neat. I would like to get that. Or, of course, if you're someone who, and that's also the kind of thing that, as you're, let me break this back down into some more actionable steps instead of into the theory.
Okay.
I like to say that tier 2 emotes are all about tempting people with a nice emote. So I'm rocking the Neb Shrug emote. Nebby is rocking the Rift Shrug emote. Both those Shrug emotes are really, really nice. There are a few people in our communities who are like, screw you for charging $5 more for that. Also, take my extra $5 for that. And that's the advice I give, is that's what you want your community to feel like, is you want them to be like, I hate you for making a nice emote be behind a paywall, but also I understand a nicer emote being behind that paywall.
Right. Just like Papa Paw's 10,000K bit badge. I think that's the you are loved.
Bit badges and bit emotes are the exact same way. Is are you willing to are you willing to cheer 1,000 bits in someone's channel to get that first bit emote?
Right.
And so that's why you want your bit emotes to look nice. That's why personally all of my sub badges are distinctly different. Or sorry, not my sub badges. My bit badges are all distinctly different. It's so that as people unlock those, and I push for bits really hard as my general thing. I have all my subs do nothing for me. I have all 5 of my sub emotes, tier 1 sub emotes unlocked. I'm only pulling 50% of the income off of my subs, whereas I'm pulling a higher percentage off bits. I'm pulling a higher percentage off donations and tips. And so I say, okay, I want you guys to cheer, and here's your motivation: is I'm going to have some fantastic bit emotes. I'm going to have a variety of bit badges that once you have them unlocked, you get to choose which one you're having show up next to your name. And that's additional value in whatever it is, in addition to whatever it is I'm offering that night.
How important is it to share with your community when somebody cheers or donates? I hear streamers say, that goes a long way. Or how specific do you need to be, or how important is it to say thank you? Of course, it's important to say thank you, but to describe how they're helping you.
It's the most important thing. It is the single for anyone who wants to make money in any capacity, whether you just want to see a $100 paycheck from Twitch once in your time on Twitch, whether you're looking to make a living off of it, it is the single most important thing. And it's why I was talking earlier about the numbers of like subbing is 50%, bits are I think 60 to 70%, and donations / tips are not quite 97%. It's because you want people to know how they can support you. You want them to know what it's going towards. You want them, you know, I came in and I subbed while you were offline, you know, and so it's important to say, hey, thank you for the sub. Enjoy those sub emotes because you want to remind them what value they're getting out of it. Enjoy that founder's badge, which is part of the reason why I sub. So I have the nice little first icon next to my.
Did you get a founder's badge?
Yeah, I grabbed a founder's badge. That's why
Awesome.
I subbed.
Awesome.
You still had some left.
I didn't know I still had founders badges left. That's awesome.
So the way founders badge. Let's talk about founders badges for just
yes,
a second.
do because I didn't know what the flippin' hell they were.
The first 10 people who sub to you get a founders badge. If someday you hit partner, the first 25 people to ever sub to you get a founders badge. It does not count for gift subs. That's a very important thing that my community learned like the very first day on the job. And so I mean you've unlocked a couple of emote slots if I'm not mistaken.
No, I have one.
Oh, you have one still.
Yeah.
Never mind. There are a lot of people who will get, you know, gift subs dropped like right off the bat because gift subbing is kind of the habit we've all gotten into on Twitch. But the gift subs don't count towards the founders badges.
I didn't know that. I thought I lost all my founders badges because one day somebody came in and gifted a bunch of subs. I thought
Nope.
And they were to like Captain Rudd or
people,
whatever,
yeah.
you know?
Yeah, they're to whatever random people got them because unfortunately random gift subs just get shot out to the wind and it's
right.
It's kind of a mess. No, it's
that's
the first
cool.
10 people who choose to sub to you.
Awesome. I'm glad to know that.
Also, I mean, unfortunately, you have to have either your founders badges turned on or turned off on all channels. It's a global thing, which pisses me off immensely. I would rather have it be channel by channel because sometimes I want to throw weight around in a channel. Sometimes I don't.
Right.
Sometimes they have a really cool sub badge. Sometimes they don't.
Yeah.
But you know that's a value thing right there. Is it's an exclusivity thing. You know, it may you know it matters to me. Maybe it doesn't matter to somebody who's watching, but maybe it matters to somebody who just subscribed to you. Maybe it matters to somebody else who's sitting in your chat. Is like, oh, they've got that first badge next to them. I kind of want that too. You know, it's only $2.50 into Peace Dog's wallet, but I'm paying $2.50 to Twitch to get that founders badge. Maybe you know maybe that's a convincing argument to them.
I think,
you know, or maybe they care about supporting you, and maybe you're pushing towards getting your emote slots unlocked. In which case, let me go ahead and give a formula here for emote slots. What are we at?
Yeah, let's do that.
We're at 242 emote slots. Here is the way to get all of your emote slots unlocked. I'm going to talk to the viewer. I mean, you can hear my voice. You can hear I'm talking to you just as much. You start off with your tier 1 emote slot. Put an emote into that slot. Have your next emote ready. If you're in Streamlabs, if you're in whatever you are in, put a little goal bar up, subscriber goal, saying how many subscribers you currently have. That many out of 15, because your second tier 1 emote slot comes at 15. Add a little picture to show what your second emote is going to be. I went through this formula myself. You can look at some of my old videos on YouTube that are ugly as heck with my mic sounding terrible, where I forget if I started with Rift Hype or with SparkBot, but whichever one I didn't start with, I said we're at like whatever number out of 15, and once we hit that number, we're going to unlock SparkBot, and I'll show SparkBot off here in chat. SparkBot is the nice little mascot for my channel. Okay, and so people knew once we hit 15 emotes, we're getting SparkBot. Once we hit 15 sub points, subscribers, we get SparkBot. Okay, once that happened, I said, okay, guys, we're at 15 out of 25 now. Once we hit 25, we're getting. Oh, I don't use my own tilt emote. I have to go find it now. Once we hit 25, we're getting Rift Tilt. If you guys want to be able to spam this every time you see me get mad in chat, go ahead and start adding it to these sub. You know, maybe drop a gift sub, maybe sub if you haven't yet. Do whatever. We're at 25 out of, or we're at 15 out of 25. We're at 16 out of 25. We're at 17 out of 25. Okay. Because suddenly you're making it a community goal. Suddenly you're making it about the community working together. You're going to have people who want to come in and just drop a bunch of gift subs. Okay. you know, if you're dropping gift subs on a channel, are you dropping it to unlock emotes? That's fine. Go ahead and toss them out randomly. Are you giving gift subs to specific people who are loyal but can't afford to sub? Cool. Do that. Are you looking to just do the most you can to unlock those emotes? Go ahead and subscribe at tier 3 if you have the money to do that, because tier 3 gets 1 extra subscriber point relative to the amount of money being put into it. You know, it's a $25 cost. Normally that would be 5 sub points, but suddenly you're getting that extra 6th point. Someday when I hit partner, I'm going to do the same strategy. I'm going to tell everybody, okay, I want you to sub at tier 3 if you can. If you're dropping out gift subs randomly, I want you to drop out tier 3 if you're dropping out like a huge number, because we want to get the extra mileage out of it. Okay. Cypress pointing out the very obvious thing that I'm talking about is you're adding a visual to the goal, and suddenly you don't have to talk about it on stream anymore. It's sitting there up on stream for you as you're saying subscription goal, whatever number out of whatever number, here's the emote we're going to get once it gets there. You don't have to talk about it every 5 seconds being like, hey guys, please subscribe to help me unlock my emotes. Suddenly it's right there on the screen. You don't have to say a damn thing. And for anyone who has a hard time talking about and pushing the sales thing, having that message up there is super helpful. If you're someone who's still working towards affiliate, have your follower goal out of 50 saying road to, you know, path to affiliate, road to affiliate, you know, what progress towards affiliate, follower, whatever, you know, phrase it however the heck you want. And suddenly it's a goal there that's on screen that somebody drops in randomly, you know, especially for working towards affiliate. I said it before, follows are free. If you have your follower goal up there, somebody drops in, they see that you're looking for the followers, even if they don't care about you, there's plenty of nice people who are going to hit that follow button just to help you get 1 follow closer.
There's actually people, I know a few of them, that actually go around during the middle of the day just looking for people with under 50 follows to hit the follow button.
Oh yeah.
So it, you know.
Oh yeah, no, there's a lot of people who do that. There are a lot of communities who, if you go and you be active in their community, once they find out you're a streamer, once they find out you haven't hit affiliate yet, they'll say, okay, we're gonna shout you out.
Yep.
We're gonna get you those follows. We're gonna get you those views.
Yep.
And so that's the path right there for emotes. The one thing that needs to be clarified or added to that is that it has to be that many subscriber points at once. Okay, so if you have a bunch of, you know, every one of us gets a ton of momentum usually when we first start off, once we first hit affiliate. Usually somebody will come and drop 5 gift subs or whatever, 10 gift subs or whatever. After that first month goes and all those subs fall off, you have to earn them back in order to unlock whatever emote slots you haven't unlocked yet. So if you're making that push for 50, the push for 50 is hard. You need to go ahead and say, like, we need to hit this 50 mark by whatever date. Or maybe you're somebody who's smaller and you're like, you know, 50 is a lot. Maybe you're just going for that 35 mark because that extra 15 at the end is a lot harder, and 4 out of 5 emotes is pretty good. You know, and so you go ahead and you say, like, this is our goal for the month. We want to get this, but definitely push for the 5 slots. And that's the way that I got all 5 of my emote slots unlocked. That's the way I encourage my community to get their slots unlocked. That's the way I encourage my teammates to get their slots unlocked. And it's a way that it's right there on screen, so you don't even have to talk about it. So if somebody's dropping it for a second and they realize, oh, we're working towards unlocking emotes, here, maybe I'm going to gift sub to this person. And I'm going to drop 5 gift subs into their channel. It's also a way of saying, you know, I don't care if you guys sub in the future, because maybe you don't care if they sub in the future. But if you're able to sub now, this month, this is when it matters. This is when you can make the impact. So that if you decide to sub, you know, 5, 6, 7 months from now or whenever, those emote slots are the emotes that I've put up because I got those emote slots today are going to be there for you then. You know, so I talked about the fact that this is my plan for when I hit partner. Partners get a crap ton of emote slots. I plan to unlock as many as I possibly can in my first month as partner. Because if I could unlock 50 emote slots, if I can unlock all 60 emote slots, if I can only unlock, like, say, 20 emote slots, doesn't matter what number, the principle is the same. As many as I can unlock that first month, they are there waiting in the future when people come back to sub later. And people will sub to you for just emotes if you have good emotes. Cypress, I hope you took down that timestamp. What was that? Yeah, 2 hours, 30 minutes in. 2 hours, 30 minutes in for that general conversation about just basic goal setting. I'll keep talking about that actually, unless you want to. Is there anything you want to add to that? Anything you want to ask? Anything I need to clarify?
I think that was pretty well done. Yeah, keep just. I'm taking notes, literally. So
Okay.
go right ahead.
Most communities love to know what their money is going towards. Okay, everyone knows that the money is going into your pocket. That's very, very understood. It's abundantly clear. But when you tell them, hey, we're gonna get a new microphone, we're gonna get a pop filter, we're gonna get a boom arm, we're gonna get some new lighting, we're gonna get a new webcam, we're going to do something specific that benefits the stream with that money, people are much more willing to contribute to it, especially when they see the results of that later. My very what was my birthday stream? There we go. My birthday stream where I was doing the Thai wings. I became a Thai chicken. It's an embarrassing video that's still up on YouTube to this day if anyone wants to see it later. What I told everyone that day was that the money was going to go in towards a new microphone and a mixer. I didn't keep that promise, and here's why. That same day, I set up my Guitar Hero mic. I had gotten my pop filter in the mail. I had gotten my boom arm in the mail. I said, when Black Friday rolls around, we're going to hopefully find a discount on a microphone. We're going to pick up an expensive microphone. We're going to start leveraging my voice, which is my best asset. Unfortunately, right now, you're getting my voice filtered through Discord, so it probably doesn't sound as good on stream through Peace Dog as it does normally, but that's Discord for you.
I don't know. I could read the text message that Snow Bunny gave me about your voice, but it sounds good according to the text message I got from her. Yeah.
So what I ended up doing with this money, and I told my community this is like, guys, we didn't buy the microphone. What we bought was a Nintendo Switch, which I'm going to play on stream and have played on stream since then. Now I didn't have a capture card yet, so I said, guys, what we're doing for the month of this was my birthday was beginning of October. What we did very early on in December, I said, if I'm going to be streaming Switch games, I need a capture card. We're going to do another, kind of fundraising event. We're going to do we're going to have me go into a Thai skirt. All the money for that stream is going to go into a capture card. It's going to go into Mario Maker 2. Okay, and so that's what we did. And since then, I've streamed some Mario Maker 2. I've streamed a little bit of Mario Kart 8. We've used our new capture card. I'll be streaming some Eternal Darkness Sanity's Requiem, which is something I promised to some of the big, the people who contributed the most towards that. One other thing you can do. So I was talking a minute ago about visible goals. I was talking about visible goals. I was talking about all this kind of way of how do you ask for money? How do you ask without asking? How do you make it clear how things are going to? How do you encourage people to contribute when they want to contribute? Let's talk about leaderboards for a second.
Yes.
So right above chat right now, there is a nice leaderboard. I think the default one is top cheers for you, I think.
I actually put that up after you mentioned that. I don't remember where. And all, what is that, 920 bits right there? Happened on the day that I put it up. So listen to this, everybody. Listen to this.
Welcome back.
Welcome back, Craw.
If you are a new affiliate, if you are a not making a lot of money affiliate, if you are making less than $800 a month in streaming from Twitch, directly from Twitch, I'm going to say, let's just throw out that as a random number that applies to 99.9% of the people watching this right now, probably to all. Set your leaderboards to all time. Set your gift leaderboard to all time. Set your bit leaderboard to all time. Okay? I have mine set to monthly. I regret it half the time. Do not leave it set on weekly. Here is why. Every person who is on your leaderboard is proof that you are worth spending money on. Even if it's just somebody has cheered one bit to go on your leaderboard, that is someone who cheered one bit. Oh, we got a gift sub.
I was just going to interrupt you. Thank you, Snow Bunny, for the gift sub to Shiny Mika Blue. Enjoy that beautiful tie-dye heart. Spread that love and positivity as much as you can Thank you, Snow Bunny.
So you have your leaderboards, and the top 3 on your gift leaderboard and the top 3 on your bit leaderboard both have a badge for their position that they can wear proudly on your channel. Okay, and there's people get 2 badges. They get the sub badge if they sub, which can also be a founder's badge, and they get the bit or the bit badges, the leader badges, the hype train badges. I'm possibly forgetting something else in that category offhand.
VIP.
No, VIP is separate. Is a third one.
Okay.
Streamer mod VIP is a third badge.
Gift sub.
Yes, yeah. If you've ever gift sub, you get the sub gifter badge that Snowbunny is rocking right now in chat. Okay?
Yes.
People like to show off fancy shiny shinies. People like to compete for positions. If your leaderboard is set on weekly, why would I cheer to you to get a leaderboard badge for a week on your channel? If I can rock that for a month, if it's the start of the month and I see that you have at least monthly, and I can cheer 1 bit to go grab that badge, I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna say I'm gonna go ahead and type in that cheer 1. I'm doing this solely for the leader badge. And it's a funny joke because 1 bit, it's a drop in the bucket.
I was in that in your stream the other night where
you got to
I was on the leaderboard for like, I don't know what, 10 seconds,
So yeah, mine is set to monthly. I regret it half the time, but we're gonna go ahead and use this as an example. The month just reset. We're in early December right now. Were you the first one to cheer, or was it Sky? I forget. You might have been the first. I'm gonna assume you were the first one. I may be misremembering. But you went ahead and you cheered like 10 bits, and you went and you took that first position leaderboard spot.
Right.
Okay. And you didn't do it for that reason. You were cheering to cheer, but you were also on that spot, which meant for that.
No! I was doing it because it started with 1, and it started with 2, and then it went to 5, and I was like, "To hell with you guys! I'm 10. I got number 1," and I had it, and I had it for, and I got a screenshot that I had the.
So. Mika's apologizing in chat because it's her fault. Here's the thing. I'll go in, especially if a chat is active and there's an empty leaderboard and it's at least monthly. I'll go ahead and I'll say cheer 1. I'm doing it for the badge. And the streamer is like, thank you for the 1 bit. It's appreciated. Because, we politely say that even though it's just 1 bit. It's just a drop in the bucket. But there's going to be somebody else in chat who's going to be like, look at that cheapskate, ShatteredRift, only cheering 1 bit. Screw you. Let me cheer 2. Let me cheer 10. Oh, we got a raid.
We did. Sight Surfer 90. Thank you for the raid. Welcome on into the dog park. I am Peace Dog. We are a community of some are streamers, some are not, and we are focused on improving our mental health wellness through offering encouragement and support. How did you find out about us?
I'm guessing Side Surfer found us because Side Surfer is one of my friends. I would assume. So Side Surfer, it's good to see you again. I'm glad you are streaming again. Welcome on in, Raiders. We are having a conversation with the clickbait title, How to Make Money on Twitch, with the more practical advice of just how to grow streams and have growth. And oh gosh, we've been doing this for 3 hours now? Holy crap. We're covering a lot of stuff, but we're covering a lot of the actionable stuff right now. What we are talking about right now is why you want your leaderboard set to all time, unless you're making ridiculous amounts of money on Twitch per month. And the reason is that it is proof to anybody who comes into your stream. You just came into Peace Dog's stream right now. I think his bit leaderboard is his default one. You can see the top 2 cheers are tied at 400. You can see third is at 120. That is proof right there that 2 people thought Peace Dog was worth $4. A third person thought Peace Dog was worth $1.20.
I don't know if you can set a maximum. I know you can set a minimum.
You can set a what are you asking, Craw, exactly? There's a minimum cheer. Also, do not use the term that term with bits, because there's a long bit acceptable use policy. Bits, you have to handle bits in a specialized way. You can't.
Yeah, there is wording in that about that.
You cannot use a particular word that was used. We can't use a particular word right now that you use because it is not. It's all through Twitch. Twitch handles bits this particular way. There's certain rules and restrictions on how it is used. The leaderboard may not show up on mobile. The leaderboard may not show up on mobile. I forget offhand. I'm not on mobile enough. I'm on PC version too much. So
yeah, I wouldn't know that either.
Possible problem. Cypher should be on mobile, so if she is still handy, she can say whether she sees the leaderboard or not. Point is, anyone who's on desktop can see the leaderboard. You can see.
Yes.
Partially that, partially also Twitch's policy about how bits are handled. Advice to streamers out there: do not refer to bits as donations. They are not donations. They are a tool that Twitch provides to show appreciation to a streamer, and they cannot be used as a, like, you can't offer to pay a streamer bits. You can't say, hey, I'll cheer this many bits if you do such and such. There's a few exceptions to that. It's a weird gray area. It is essentially considered a thing that you do to show your appreciation and excitement and support of us. And each bit that you cheer us does become a penny in our pockets.
So you can't cheer 2,000 bits for an emote? I mean,
no, that's different. No, yes, you can.
No, what I mean is, let's say I wanted, well, I would pay more than $20 for.
The leaderboards are on mobile snipers if you can't see them.
Sorry,
I interrupted you.
For Nebby's emotes, I would pay more than $20. But if my, let's say I said I need an emote, Nebby, and she sent one over, and I cheered 2,000 bits. That's not.
That would. If an artist says, hey, if you cheer me so many bits and I will draw you something,
okay,
they're getting in trouble real darn fast.
Gotcha.
No, there is no maximum cheer amount, Craw. I want to come back around to your question in a minute, if that's okay, for some possible.
Read what he said up above, because we did cover that. That's the first thing I said to you.
Good call. Okay, so for streamers who who are doing this as a hobby, who don't want to make money, who are ignoring my clickbait title, who just want to reach more people, who want to just provide the entertainment or the share in their passion or whatever it is, there might be a button to. I need to think about this for a hot second here.
Well,
there is no way to prevent bits from being cheered. You can disable leaderboards. There is a streamer who I love his content a ton, who does not have his leaderboards enabled, who has almost all of the specialized functionality of Twitch not up there.
And I appreciate that, Craw.
The approach that most people use is that they either say that all money that's contributed via streaming goes back into the stream, or goes back into the community, or something else. We just passed through Christmas. There were a lot of streamers who were giving very generous donations, like straight out donations. Some cheered in bits, some dropped gift subs. A lot just went looking around for donations, or were giving donations or that sort of thing. It really depends on how you want to handle it. And it's the kind of thing that when somebody cheers in your channel, when somebody subs, you go ahead and you can go ahead and clarify, be like, hey, thank you for the sub, thank you for the bits. I'm not in this to make money. All of the money that comes in through this is going to X, Y, or Z.
See, and that's exactly what I was going to say to Craw, is, first of all, you have a stream that provides value and therefore is worth the cheers that you're getting. And I understand where you're coming from, that it's a hobby and you're doing it more Toastmaster style than you are really wanting to make money. However, I also know that there are people in our sphere of influence that could really use $20 or $100 or whatever. And if you made $100 streaming and you knew that $100 means nothing to you, but would change somebody that you know and it would literally, I mean, sometimes it doesn't take more than $100 to really change a person's month. And so that would be my advice. Yeah, if you feel bad that somebody's cheering, then just turn around and cheer it back to somebody else.
I'm tying my current thoughts back into this conversation because this is not what I expected to end up talking about, but it's also something that I think is very important to talk about the right way. You can't disable bits without just setting the minimum bit threshold really, really high. So if you want to disable bits on your, you would have to disable bits on your channel entirely by essentially saying like people have to contribute like 100,000 bits at once or whatever. Have to cheer 100,000 bits at once. And another thing that's worth pointing out is that until you've made $100 on Twitch, you haven't made a dime. Until you earn enough to hit a payout, you're not seeing that money. The streamer you're supporting is not seeing that money.
Thanks for the follow, Site Surfer. I appreciate it. I don't turn alerts on during the peer talk shows, but thank you. Sorry, Riff, go ahead.
Yeah, no, absolutely. That's why we're here. We're here to talk. We've been trying to address some individual questions and stuff as well. Personally, I suggest, I'm going back and forth in this in my head a little bit. If you want to remove your affiliation, go for it. I say be affiliate because it lets you have emotes, it lets you have channel points, it gives you that freedom of ways to engage with people in your community. You don't have to put any effort or any attention behind it. If you know people are going to pay you and you're not comfortable with them paying you, you can donate to charity. Some streamers do that. You can create a big donation pot to drop into other people's streams someday, which is really probably my advice. Is if you yourself do not want to make money, either if there is a charity you're passionate about, obviously go for that. But I would say go ahead and put that into a pot either for Christmas time or for a rainy day or something, and then tell your community, hey, I don't want this money. We're gonna go drop it on another streamer. And I've been telling you guys like for months in advance now, like you guys are contributing money. I'm not gonna keep this. We're gonna do something with it someday, you know, and then that day eventually arrives. Because I got to see the impact over Christmas time, over the Christmas season, of what different donation amounts do to different streamers. A $50 donation generally gets the attitude of like, hey, thank you, you didn't have to do that. Kind of a very touched, but not, I don't want to say like life-changing moment. Like it's just they're touched and then the movement passes on. $75 tends to be a bit steeper. It's that $100 mark that breaks a person. If you want to break somebody on stream, if you get sadistic pleasure out of doing that, or if you just want to like make their month, you know. You're on the board of a couple of nonprofits that are something you care about. Absolutely, that's good to hear. That's good to hear. You know, if $100 can make a big difference in somebody's day, in their month, it can contribute towards something they're working towards. It can be put towards a lot of different things. So, and this also goes back to a lot of what I was saying before with, you know, with subs, the streamer gets 50%. With bits, if they're buying bits outright, it's like 70%. I know I'm getting my numbers slightly. I had the number in my head before streaming. It's gone now. It's either a 60 to 70% rate or a 70 to 80% rate, and I forget which one. I can check that right now, actually. It's 70 to 80%. 70 to 80%. 71 to 81%. Not counting taxes, so we'll just ignore that. Mika in chat saying $100 can be the difference between store brand food and name brand food for a month. There's also exchange rates play into that as well. There are a lot of foreign streamers who are in countries where the exchange rate of the dollar to their exchange rate makes a big difference as well. And then also, you know, vice versa. For example, if you're contributing to a European streamer, for instance, you know, both the British pound and the euro are both worth more than the dollar. So, you know, the money's not going as far. But if you find somebody who's streaming from, you know, Australia or Canada, they're benefiting a lot from that exchange rate, much more so than just dropping it on somebody in the United States or something. It's something to consider. It's something to consider. It's also something a lot of communities will get behind. Is they want to find that support. They want to be part of those kind of supports, is what I've seen. And speaking personally, I'm not to knock on charities. I always prefer to see it make a difference in someone's life at the time where I know it's going to make the biggest difference. I usually sub people here on Twitch for 1 month. I say, I'm going to take one of your founders badges because I want a founders badge. And then next month I'm going to be on getting somebody else's founders badge because I want to be there at the time when there's the most excitement, when there's the greatest impact, when it's making the big difference. That's me. I don't even know. I can't even think if I've had Aldi's food at any point in my life. Glancing at chat right now.
Yeah, a $3 pizza would be dope if it. I've never had it. I don't know. Might have to try it.
Founders badges are best things to hoard. I agree, Craw. I agree.
Yeah, we were talking about that very early, that I have my cabinet going up where I'm polishing my founders badges in. That's awesome. How is there a way to tell how many founders badges you have left?
I don't think so. Let me. If I go to my subscriptions and I go to my.
Me too, Craw.
There's not an easy way. I would have to go to my subscriptions and I'd have to see expired subscriptions, but that also includes like gift subs you've been given and stuff, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, that definitely includes gift subs you've been given. And it doesn't show unless I click on the resubscribe if I'm getting it back. It's actually not showing on that either from that spot. Let me find one where I actually know I have a founder's badge. It's not actually showing from there. If I hit the resubscribe there, I would have to do it in their channel to actually find out. That's obnoxious.
No. Is there a way to find out if if somebody subscribes to me?
Okay, so yeah, there's the first 10 as an affiliate and the first 25 as partner for people who subscribe to someone. So when Peace Dog first became affiliate, when I first became affiliate, our first 10 subscribers, not counting gifts, get founders badges. If/when we hit partner someday, the first 25 to ever sub to me, the first 25 to ever sub to Peace Dog, not counting gifts, will have founders badges.
I think I still have founders badges then. I thought I didn't because of all the gifts subs that went out, but
you probably do.
I'll be damned. Learn something new every day.
And I mean that's something else too that you can add. I was talking earlier about put up your goal thing and advertise. Go ahead and take full advantage of the fact that Twitch gives a bunch of like gamified bonuses here. Go ahead and say like, hey guys, we have this many founders badges left. Incentivize people. It's something that Twitch includes for that reason. Some people care, some people don't. If people don't care, they're not going to sub. If people do care, they will. Meanwhile, you don't have to be pushy about it. You just have to say, hey, if you want this, it's there. And that's half of sales right there. Just let people know what they can buy. You don't have to be pushy about it. You don't have to insist on it. You don't have to be like, hey, I need you to sub to my channel. You just say, hey, if you want to sub, we have these emotes. If you want to help us unlock next emote, here it is. If you want a founder's badge, we've still got this many left for the next so many people who subscribe themselves. That doesn't count gifts. Always clarify, always educate.
Limited time things are notoriously shiny.
Says Mika. And Mika's full username, Shiny Mika Blue. Mika knows.
Yep. For sure.
It's why I talked so much about the general education of how much money and stuff comes in from stuff earlier in this stream. Is because the more your viewers are educated on that, the better they know how to spend their own money. Some people want to support you and they want to donate, because they want to donate or tip so that the most amount of money goes to you. Some people want your emotes, and so they're going to say, I'm going to sub because I want to pay a portion of that to Twitch for the privilege of using your emotes. Some people are going to say, I want to cheer because I want that bit badge, or I want one of those bit emotes, and so I'm going to choose to cheer. let people know what their options are and then let them choose what to do. Some people are going to say, I want one of those big sub gift badges for having, dropped 5 gift subs or 10 gift subs or whatever else. It's all stuff Twitch has built in, and people don't know about it. Craw has a limited edition Star Trek original cast plaque bought from 1990 after the Final Frontier. It's the most prized possession. It's ugly and tacky, but it's glorious. Ooh. My brother would dig that so much.
I told you Craw's cool. Well, I think and you tell me if you disagree, but I think we're at a good spot that we could take like a 5-minute break and maybe come back and open up to some questions. Like, if there were specifics.
There's one more topic we're going to cover.
Which
very
is?
Very quickly.
Sure.
Peace Dog is going to put up a 3-minute advertisement while we go on break. Because, one, if you're on break and you're away from your stream, there's no reason not to throw up an ad. Okay, that's extra money Twitch wants to give you. Let them give it to you. People still have your stream up anyway. You let them know you're going on break. They can go use the bathroom, get their food, do whatever they have to do as well.
You're fine, Craw. You're fine.
More importantly, if you do an ad of 90 seconds or longer, so based on the length of the ad, up to the 90-second mark, anyone who comes into your stream for the next so many minutes doesn't see a pre-roll ad to get in. That's the important part. You want people to be able to come in and see your stream without having to suffer through an ad. You want them to immediately be in, immediately make an opinion of you, and then decide if they're piecing out or not. There's no worse feeling than coming in, watching a 30-second ad, and then realizing, hey, this guy is boring as all heck.
Or they've got their stream starting soon, or be right back. Yeah.
So Peace Dog's going to run a 3-minute ad because we're taking a 5-minute break, and you guys are not missing anything. And that extra 1.5 minutes of ad is going to be like the tiniest amount more of money.
Right. I'll make about a penny and a half, but it'll be great. Yep.
And then we'll be back.
Awesome. See you shortly. We are back, and let's talk about hype trains. First of all, for the viewer, because we all know what hype trains do for the streamer, why would a viewer want to do a hype train? Why does a viewer want to start a hype train other than to support the streamer?
I mean, I think we should talk about it from both sides at once, really, because
Okay.
the two are kind of inseparable in my mind. Hype trains are a nice, fancy little thing that Twitch has built in to try to make streamers more money. Is really like the why. What hype trains do, though, is they encourage that. And they encourage it by giving viewers a little something extra. I'm going to go ahead and spam a bunch of the hype train emotes in first of all. So hype trains offer specialized emotes. These are all in a weird order. I'm going to try throwing all of the wizard ones if I can find half. I'm just going to throw like 3 of the wizard ones up. Thank you, Peace Dog, for helping out with that. So
those are the only 3 I have.
Oh, okay. During a hype train, anyone who subs, gifts subs, or cheers 100 bits or more will get 1 hype train emote at the end of the hype train, provided the hype train completes at least level 1. I see a floofoo over there.
Yeah, that's my puppy. That's my Borador.
And so, what you also get is the person who drops the most subscriptions, gift subs, but also it counts if you yourself subscribe. And the person who cheers the most bits during the hype train will also get a conductor's badge, which is a shiny golden choo-choo train.
And is that a forever thing?
That is, so it's half a forever thing.
Okay.
The gold one is only applicable if you are one of the 2 most recent conductors of the hype train. If another hype train happens later and you're not one of the 2, conductors, you end up having a former conductor's badge, which is purple, and in my opinion looks much better.
Okay.
It's one of those things like a founder's badge, and Mika's saying the exact same thing. Purple train looks better anyway. It's one of those things that for me, I want a conductor's badge on any channel that I'm on, pretty much. So any streamer I care about. At some point, I want to be in there. I want to either like drop a sub or drop the 100 bits. Manage to somehow finagle my way into one of the 2 top spots for that conductor and have that conductor's badge. That's something for me. Welcome back in, Night Owl.
Hey, Night Owl, good to see you. How was your stream?
And normally, most streamers will have some kind of a reaction to a hype train, just because it's something that doesn't happen super often on most people's streams. For some people, they've gotten to be really commonplace, but for bigger streamers, they sometimes are more commonplace. But for most, like especially smaller streamers, anyone who's not bringing in like a massive paycheck or something, it's a rarity, and so it's really exciting when it happens. But the secret sauce is just to have 3 events in a 5-minute window. Welcome on in, Grumpy Gamer, get along. What's the actual point of emotes? They just seem like trading cards. Emotes are just for people who like emotes. That's the point.
So Rift, Grumpy Gamer Get Along is a newer streamer, pre-affiliate. Just to give you an idea of where the understanding is.
So just, I guess, to recap some of what was said earlier, is that your emotes are incentive people to subscribe. Your bit emotes are incentive for them to cheer. You can think, if you think of them as trading cards, that's fine. If you don't personally care about emotes, that's fine. But it's entirely possible that your viewers will care about emotes, that your community will care about emotes. They're also one of the best money-making tools on Twitch, in my opinion. If you have good emotes, people will subscribe to you for just your emotes. Or if you have people who are big fans of you and they want to use your emotes, they'll do it for that reason. On the other hand, there's people who don't care. Exactly. Right. You can just pretend to care if you want. Well, if you don't care, you don't care, and that's fine.
So I don't want to put out any people that I think have bad emotes, but
I'm a peace dog guy then.
I sub to Papa Paws for that emote because I like to have that when I go spread positivity. And then with that, I also get that emote. Um, so that to me, that's worth $5, and I would rather, like Rift says, I if I had only $5 to give to Papa, I would rather give it to him through donations, but I really want the emotes, so that's why I sub.
Oh yeah, that's the question at the end of the day. Like, let's say you have $5 to spend on a streamer. Do you subscribe to them, and they get $2.50 out of that, and you get their emotes, their tier 1 emotes? Do you spend that money on bits and cheer it towards them so they're getting 70% of that $5? Or do you drop a donation on them, in which case they're getting $4 and 50 some odd cents, I think?
What is it,
But
97%?
It's well, there's a 30-cent fee, I think. So that's
I gotcha.
5 times 0.97 minus 0.3 is 455. There we go. That should be approximately right. I might be slightly off on my math. Anyway, it's all a question, and it's all options, and it's all a question of how you want to support a streamer or how your audience wants to support you. And hype trains are the same kind of idea. There are those of us who really like the exclusivity of that conductor's badge. We've been talking about Papa Paws all day long, so I'll go ahead and talk about some of my narcissism for a second. I was one of the first people to start a hype train in Papa Paws stream. I don't know how many others had before me. I got a hype conductor's badge off of like
Just in case nobody knows who we're talking about. Go ahead. My bad.
I got a conductor's badge super easily that for a streamer of his size, even at the time, and the contributions he gets, I probably shouldn't have gotten. But I got it because I understood the system and I wanted it. And so most people at the time were dropping gift subs on him. Most people weren't cheering bits yet because the culture on Twitch is more of a gift sub culture than a bit culture, than a cheering culture. And I've since kind of made it my habit to be the hype master in his channel and in other channels, where if because most audiences won't coordinate their efforts on a streamer, and that's all it takes to create a hype train. That's all it takes to create a little bit of extra value. Sky. Welcome on in. I've been talking about Skyfire Sage earlier today too.
Yeah.
Glad you could make it here. We're talking about hype trains right now. About to get into a Q&A at some point probably, or we'll go all night. One of the two.
Welcome to my first 24-hour stream.
Oy. I didn't sign up for that. Heck, I didn't think we went 3 hours. Anyway, Gadzooks redeeming a hydrate for both of us. Gadzooks wanted to see my rose glass and also wanted to make sure you're taking care of yourself.
Yep. Cheers.
Hype trains are the same thing. Hype trains are a way of adding extra value. If you are somebody who likes to be a little bit more conscientious, who likes to take their time, who likes to get a little extra value out of your dollar, go ahead and watch how many other people are subbing or cheering on the streamer of your choice. And when you see 2 things happen in a 5-minute window, go ahead and make yourself be the third one. Plain and simple. My chat understands this really well because I've been talking about this to them since day 1 practically. I've said, go ahead and sit on your resubs. You can pin your resub message to the bottom of your chat, to the top of your chat, whatever the spot is. It'll ask, it'll say like, for those of you who have an automatic renewal on this channel, it'll say, you've been on this channel for 2 months, 3 months, 4 months. Do you want to post your resub message? Go ahead and click the little pin this here and wait on it. And then when you see a couple other people go subbing at the same time, or a couple other people who are cheering 100 or more, since 100 or more is the threshold, go ahead and drop that and be like, hey, I'm going to help start this hype train. And then provided the hype train gets completed through level 1, there will be conductor's badges, there will be hype train emotes, so on and so forth. And so it's a way that you can add, as a viewer, can add extra value out of the amount you're contributing.
So
especially go ahead.
What are the different levels? I mean, what other than the streamer making more money, what is the value of a level 5 hype train?
The value of a hype train is that most communities will contribute more during a hype train than they would normally. So if you're looking to make money, you do want to encourage hype trains a little bit more often. The other value is that based on the level of the hype train completed, you get a hype train emote from that level or a lower level. I don't know when we're going to stop Night Owl. I didn't expect this to go for 3.5 hours.
Yeah,
here we are.
Yeah, exactly. I thought we'd make it about 2.5, but
I was like, if we're really concentrated, we can do this in an hour. But I know Peace Dog means we're not going to make it in an hour.
Yeah.
So emotes are hype train emotes. Yes, are only for contributors. Channel emotes can be included in your channel point redemptions. If you want to, you can say unlock a specific emote for channel points. You can say unlock a random sub emote, a random tier 1 sub emote for channel points. All that stuff. Like, if you don't see the value in a hype train, you don't need to contribute to a hype train. You don't need to make it happen. But it's one of those things that is there. It's an option. It adds extra value. Something else that adds extra value is that every 3 months or so, Twitch will have a special set of emotes that you get and you can give out randomly to people in your chat for subbing, for cheering so many bits or more, so on and so forth. So there was a question earlier about the Cypress. If you're still here, can you post the emotes that you always use, please? Or Sky, if you want to post, or Mika. If any of you want to show off some of those, the Pride emotes, or the 2020 whatever winter emotes. And Night Owl recapping what I said. There's the options for a random tier 1 emote or a choose one specific emote. Is anybody gonna have my back here? I'm gonna have to pull these up myself. Or are we getting some stream delay right now? I don't know.
It's stream delay, yeah.
There we go. Okay. So I showed off the Pride Flower emote that Cypress loves. Of course, she included herself, the Pride Penguin, so on and so forth. Most of these are all the Pride emotes. So back in, I think it was July, anyone who subbed in a channel would unlock a Pride emote. Anyone who cheered, I think 300 or more, would unlock a Pride emote. And if you also, at the same time, if you subbed or you cheered that, it would also give out Pride emotes randomly to other viewers in the stream. And so that's how Cypress, who hasn't been able to contribute to a lot of streams financially, for example, has the Pride emotes, because she was chilling in my streams while subs and cheers were going around, and she randomly got chosen out of the viewers to get certain emotes unlocked. And so this creates a situation. I'll go ahead and use a specific example here. My first my Cthulhu tie night, where I had 49 neckties around my neck, one around my head because Sky insisted the last one go around my head. What was a bit event where people were cheering bits throughout the night. I promised people there would be a hype train because my community understood how to start a hype train, and so we saw a level 5 hype train that night. It was during the Pride emote time, and so I reminded them, hey, if you're cheering, if you want to cheer at specific, bit ranges, you'll be passing out Pride emotes to the chat. And that's also a reason for, even if you can't contribute, you want to show up to chat that night, because those emotes are going to fly around to random viewers. And then, of course, it was a party, and they got to see me wearing a ridiculous amount of ties around my neck, so it was a good stream for them to enjoy anyway. I think it was the first stream Mika caught of mine, really, and she has been hooked on my streams ever since. And compare that to normally, if somebody just cheers or somebody just subs normally or whatever, they get their subscription or they make the cheer, but they're not getting a hype emote. They're not getting a possible conductor's badge. They're not getting some of these limited time emotes. Sky showing off the K-pop emotes there, for example, which was another one that Twitch did. They did some 2020 emotes at the end of the... Oh, there's Sky posted a couple of the 2020 emotes in there as well. Thank you for being here, Sky. I appreciate it. You go ahead and bounce if you need to.
Thanks, Sky, for stopping by. Have a happy Friday.
It's one of those things where, like I talked at the start, you add value. You share something you care about with others. You're providing something that is worth your community paying you for, or it's just something that you are passionate about. And this is the kind of way where Twitch has all these features built in, where if you can combine whatever you're providing with the features Twitch is including in, people are just going to see just a ton of value there and that's the time to contribute, that's the time to pitch in, that's the time to work towards something, as opposed to normally where it's like, well, I can sub, but I don't care about the tier 1 emotes maybe, or I don't care about the increased channel point rate, or I'm not working towards helping to unlock a new emote slot or whatever else. Or maybe they would cheer normally, but they only see like, well, I'm not close to getting another bit badge, or I'm not close to the next bit emote. Whereas during one of those events, maybe there's something going on. So in that case, I was adding extra ties around my neck based on the bits cheered. People were getting the pride emotes flying around at the time. People were unlocking new bit badges, new bit emotes, and enjoying some of that. I find it extremely effective to try to combine a bunch of value into one thing. Find all of the ways you can combine value and then say, like, this is the time to do something because it's going to help everybody. It's going to make the biggest impact. Do I need to clarify anything on there? Did that all make sense?
I thought it was great. Yeah.
Good.
So, questions? Hey, Pappy.
Pappy's Rage.
How you doing? We have been Pappy's Rage. So, Pappy's wife is actually one of the first followers, if not the first follower that I had that I didn't know prior to Twitch. And I used to catch them. They'd be the last thing I'd see before I turned off for the night. And they do a lot of Phasmophobia and family type streams. And just a hoot. I loved laughing with them, but our schedules now that I've gone early mornings just don't coincide anymore. So it's cool that I get to run into them. So, hey, Pappy, it's good to see you.
So yeah, as you were saying, I think we're just going to open this up to questions now. We've covered a lot of ground. Let's go into some helping specific people with specific things.
Yeah, let's do it. Let's do it.
So Mika, Cypress, I know both of you have questions, even though I've talked to both of you extensively before anyway. And I'm sure there are people lurking around here.
Yeah.
Pappy, if you have any questions, AU Night Owl, who else has been...
Pappy, you're awesome. You're awesome, dude. Sorry about that.
Oh, go for it. This is your stream. I'm just here along for the ride.
Night Owl, we did talk to you, but hey, you got more questions? Ask away, brother. Or sister. I'm sorry. Please tell me if you're a he or a she or a they, so that I don't break. I don't want to offend anybody. He. Excellent. Thank you, sir.
Here's Grumpy Gamer Get Along's big dilemma. You want to complain and play digital versions of board games. And this does not sound like a money-making venture. Why do you want to make money? Grumpy Gamer Get Along. Hey, JL!
Hey, JL! Hi! How are you? You're awesome, JL. It's good to see you. Happy Friday.
You're kind of on the fence right now. My first question, so...
Grumpy literally just started streaming. So, kind of like Mika. So Mika and Grumpy are kind of in the same... Kind of like... I remember being there. So, you know... Grumpy's still in that phase where, and I'll just put it in my terms, how it was for me when I was there. What in the flippin' hell would anybody pay to watch me fly airplanes and curse at people? You know, so that's the question.
I'm gonna really break this down. I'm gonna ask a lot of stupid questions, Grumpy, if that's okay. Honestly, because you want to have your ideas heard. You've been a teacher for 15 years, and you kind of just want a venue. Do you want? I'm gonna ask point blank. Do you want to make money streaming? And not just do you want to make money, but how much money do you want to make streaming? Because all of this makes a big difference. Because I mean, the original question was kind of just like, why would people pay you to play board games and to complain? And so I want to really break this down just to the fundamental level of: do you want to make money? What amount of money are you looking at? Or because that's a very different question from what you just said of you want a venue.
And while you consider that, I want to give Cypress the most important advice that I would give to a new streamer, a brand new streamer, is to really embrace the time you have pre-affiliate. Because once you're affiliate, without giving up your affiliate agreement, you'll never be able to have that time again.
There's Snow Bunny with another gift sub. Taking that second position spot on the leaderboard.
Oh, Snow Bunny. Gift sub to Night Owl. Thanks, Snow Bunny.
Just some extra. So here's why I asked, Grumpy, because there's a big difference between somebody who wants to get $100 a month, like they want to see a Twitch paycheck every month, versus somebody who says like a little extra means like $200 a month, or it means like $50 a month. Like each of those amounts is fairly sizably different. And most of the trick for making money is just doing certain things right on Twitch. The single most important thing: when you hit affiliate, have good emotes. Assuming that you want to take that path towards making money, because Twitch has these built-in methods of making money. Okay? Have good emotes. Find someone whose art style that you like and that you love, and that you are willing to spend the amount to commission their emotes. $200 a month, maybe. Okay. Hey, yeah. No, you're still learning. You're still in the beginning phases. Okay. Your first month on Twitch, you are not going to make anything. That's generally a rule. You can hit affiliate in a month. How are you doing? Let me actually check your account instead of just talking at you. Gosh, why am? Okay, so you're still brand new. Okay.
Thanks for swinging by, Pappy. It was good to see you, man. Really, it was really
Pappy,
good to see you.
thank you for being here. Okay. Grumpy, there's three things you need to focus on. Right now, you just started streaming. Just get used to streaming. That's all you need to worry about right now. All you need to worry about right now. Okay? Second thing you need to worry about: 3 average viewers. 3 average viewers, because that's a requirement for affiliate. Which means that if you only decide to stream like 2 hours a week, 4 hours a week, and I'm talking like low amounts of time. I'm talking like you can do 1 or 2 board game nights a week. For what you're looking at.
Oh, look who just came
Welcome on in.
Welcome, Papa. How are you today, Papa?
Grumpy, your path will be different from your boyfriend's path. And there's nothing wrong with that. I assume that your boyfriend's goals are different from your goals. Maybe they're the same. But I assume that your boyfriend is not doing board games. I assume that your boyfriend is looking for something different than an outlet. Maybe I'm wrong. Call of Duty. Exactly. And the crowd that your boyfriend has for Call of Duty is going to be very different from the crowd that you have for board games.
I appreciate you being here, Papa. You should type !lurk and check out my lurk message. I think you'd get a kick out of it.
Okay. So like right now, really all your goal, because either in order to make money, you either need to go through the Twitch avenues of becoming an affiliate, or you have to have a revenue stream outside of Twitch that you're able to connect into Twitch. And since you said you don't want to have to think about the business side of things, I assume that you don't have anything looking like merch or an affiliate link to like Amazon or something or anything else. So let's just go ahead and focus on the basics. Your goal right now is have a consistent stream schedule, get used to streaming, have 3 average viewers. The followers will come. Like if you're active here in Peace Dogs chat, if you come over to chill out with my chat sometime, guaranteed you'll hit that 50 follower mark without breaking much of a sweat. Yeah. But in the meanwhile, you just need people who want to watch you and enjoy the board games with you. Even if it's the people who are playing the board games with you, just decide to leave your stream open while playing. You have something you were going to add, Peace Dog?
Well, I was going to say, I know that we covered this really early on, but the thing I guess that a lot of brand new streamers don't understand is lurkers and the value of lurkers. And Snow Bunny is going nuts with the gift subs today. A gift sub to Papa Paws. How cool is that? Thanks again, Snow Bunny. That's awesome. I totally lost where I was at. Lurkers. I know, Grumpy, that you're wanting to have an active interactive, I'm going to say, with your community experience, and that's awesome, because that's it makes for a more loyal viewership, I think. But there are gonna the lifeblood, as ShatteredRift likes to say, the lifeblood, and Papa Paws is famous for saying this. The lifeblood of Twitch is lurkers, and the worst thing that you can do, and I can say this because I used to have one when I was pushing for affiliate. One of my viewers was a lurker, and one day I called him out because I'd never met him. He'd never said hi, and I called him out, and I never saw him again. And so that's going back to Cypress's question of advice to a new streamer. I guess that would be another one that I would really want to emphasize is appreciate your lurkers, but don't call them out by name.
Papa Paws, of course, saying that consistency, authenticity, and networking are the keys to success.
Absolutely. Why don't you touch on the consistency, the importance of a set schedule? Because I didn't get that till about maybe 3 weeks ago.
Before I do, don't let me forget to come back to it. Okay. I still want to address Grumpy because I don't feel like I've given a complete answer yet.
Okay. I got to turn up the heat. Give me half a second. You go do that. I'm going to go turn up the heat.
From the financial side, from the business side, from the complicated side, all you're looking for right now is to have 3 people, 3 butts in the chairs, so to speak, at all times right now. That's all you have to worry about from the business side right now is have 3 people. Those could be the people who you're playing games with, who just have the stream open up on the side. Those could be 3 friends who you know in person, or maybe long-term friends who you haven't connected with in a long time, since COVID has left a lot of us very disconnected from each other, and it's a time for reconnection. And to go ahead and reach out and say, hey, I'm hosting a board game night. I'm also streaming it. Is that something you would be interested in? I don't know exactly which program you're using to host board games. I'm not familiar with a lot of the programs for that right now. But perhaps you want to host a board game night for people here on Twitch, in which case you're going to be bringing in potentially random viewers and stuff, which is another case where you're going to be getting that kind of connectivity. Maybe it's the chat that you want to be active with in the chat, who you're talking to while you're playing the game with whoever you're playing the game with. Maybe it's the people you're playing the game with who you want to be actively talking to have that outlet. Take any one of the things I'm saying, or all of them, and go in whichever direction is best for you. And as you make those connections with individual people, things will grow in time. I talked at you kind of like all of them, then go with all of them. I was talking earlier, when I first started off, I had 2 real-life friends, Cypress the Witch, who's here in chat, and the River Durf, who kind of dropped off of Twitch because of her situation and stuff. and then the Game Enjoyer, who is one of my online friends, who were there for, I'm not totally, where's my camera on stream? There we go. Sorry, I'm seeing myself in the thing, and I'm not seeing myself in the mirror.
Okay.
Who were all there consistently during my streams. I told them, hey, I'm streaming at these times on these days, be there. And they were consistently.
Did you just hear that whole flipping conversation?
No.
Good. Go ahead, my bad.
And so, oh, I lost my train of thought. Give me a second. It'll come back. The train will get back to the station.
I'm so sorry, dude.
No, it's all good. It's all good. It's I was talking about find the specific individuals who you need to connect. Oh yeah. Here we go. Consistency. There we go. I was rolling back around to the question of consistency and why consistency is important. I said early on, go ahead and you know, to be an affiliate, you only need was it 8 hours of stream time on 8 different days? Let me double check, make sure that's correct. I always forget it. Always messing it up. Stream for 8 hours, stream on 7 different days in a 1 month window. In a 1 month window. That's only 2 hours a week. Like if you have a board game night twice a week.
7 days in a 30-day period.
Yeah, 7 days in a 30-day period. Thank you, AU Night Owl. I'm gonna type these things out in chat so I possibly remember. 8 hours, 7 days, 30-day window. Oh, we have an ugly Christmas sweater going on right now.
I got cold, and the sweater. The sweater is from this morning's stream because of, you know, the last 48 hours was such a, you know, just weird. So as the alpha male of the dog park today, I declared an extra day of Christmas in the dog park. So
fair enough. No, the heating in this house just I think the igniter is broken. So I've actually got a space heater keeping this room like roasting right now, which I probably should have dealt with that during our break, but oh well. Night Owl, I will remember half the time to call you Night Owl, and the other half the time I'll add the AU to the start of it. I understand it's Australia Night Owl, but it's just not registering in my head. Cypress trying to force me to hydrate because she knows I'm getting too much, and she wants to see this rose glass again.
So Night Owl, before it gets lost up there, I want to respond to what you said about never having a consistent schedule because sometimes you're not in the right mindset for streaming. And I relate to that immensely, and I actually made the vow that I would never have a consistent schedule streaming because of that very reason. And the only thing that I can really respond to on that is that I still have days that I don't hit the go live button. However, they're becoming fewer and fewer, and there's nothing wrong with that. But I will say that it gets easier and easier even when you're not in the right mindset because your community will pick you up when you're not in that mindset. And the first time it happens, it'll get easier and easier to hit that go live button.
Here's what I do. One last thought for Grumpy. You're gonna get in the habit of having like a game night 1 or 2 nights a week. Is kind of the idea there. And this principle can be applied to everyone. That's why I wanted to start back with that. My official stream schedule started off as Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, 6 to 8 p.m. I then happened to have the occasional bonus stream on a Friday and a Saturday. Eventually, Friday and Saturdays kind of became standard for me. But my official stream schedule is still just is 5 days a week, 2 hours each of those days. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Friday, Saturday, 6 to 8 p.m. Pacific. I specifically kept my stream schedule very, very small early on. I don't talk about mental health issues a whole lot. I don't talk about like my personal thing. But one thing that is abundantly clear is that if I'm not in a good headspace, my streams are terrible. Anybody from my community can tell you that. If I'm not having a good time, none of us are having a good time. And that's part of why I just said we're doing I knew that I could commit to 2 hours on any given night. on the set nights I had. I knew that I could commit to like the 3-day-a-week schedule, and I knew that no matter what, I would be there on those nights as a bare minimum. The reason I keep on talking about that 8 hours in a month to affiliate is because that's 2 hours a week. If there is one day a week where you can set aside a 2-hour block and promise that you will be on streaming that day, you do it. And then if you're having a good day, you stick with it. If you're not having a good day, you politely bail out. Or if you're having a really bad day, you just let your community know, like, hey, I'm not feeling it today. I want to provide you guys with a good stream. I'm not in the... You phrase it however you're comfortable phrasing it. Either you're not in the right headspace, maybe you're having a day where it's just not a good day, maybe whatever is going on, or maybe you decide to get on and try streaming anyways, and you go ahead and you be upfront. The other day I got on, I said, guys, today's a crappy day. We're going to see how tonight's stream goes. Ended up being an okay stream, by and large. It wasn't a good one, but it was an okay one. The thing that I noticed from my community is that whenever I wanted to, I basically said, like, if I ever stream on a Thursday, Friday, or Saturday, it's a bonus thing. It's extra. If I haven't promised something, there's like no set schedule, no set rhyme or reason to any of it. And my community immediately got mad at me if I wasn't starting at the same time of day I normally do. And it was the funniest thing to me, because I was just like, guys, I didn't promise you that I would stream today. I'm just on here as a bonus. I'm glad you're enjoying it. Also, kind of just like shut up and stop having a problem with me being on a weird time right now. Because normally I think I would end up starting like an hour later than I normally would or something. But what I realized very, very quickly, and I feel comfortable telling my community to shut up sometimes because I've got that relationship with them. Your mileage may vary in that. But what I realized very quickly was they expected me, if I was going to be on a given day, they wanted me on at 6 p.m. Pacific. That is when they wanted to see me on. That is when they were ready in their daily routine that if I was there, they wanted me to be a part of it. And so I said, okay, if I do a bonus stream, if I'm on this day, I'm going to do my best to be on about that time. And it's worked out great. I know that you said you're streaming, Night Owl, you're streaming from anywhere from like 1 a.m. to 8. Was it 1 a.m. to 8 a.m. Australian time? That's fine. It doesn't matter what time of day you're streaming. What matters is that you get like an approximate time, like maybe a 2 or 3 hour window, and you say, I can't promise exactly when I'll be on, but I'm going to shoot for like Saturdays at 2 a.m. I'll be on somewhere between like 1 a.m. and 3 a.m. or something like that. You figure out what's going to work. You say that you'll be on sometime in there, and people know approximately when to expect you. Now, maybe you stream more than that. Maybe you go ahead and you do some bonus streams. I was doing some extra morning streams when Peace Dog and I properly ran into each other, properly got introduced. But you're promising like 1 day a week, 2 days a week for a small amount of time. And anybody who's able to make that knows to make it. And you're going to have consistently higher viewership on those days. You're going to have more engagement on those days. You're going to have a better experience on those days. Especially compared to days where you just do an 8-hour stream and whoever drops in is whoever drops in.
Right.
And if you still want to do those 8-hour streams each day, you go ahead and you do it and you say, okay, guys, I'm going to be streaming like all day long. But when I want you here is at like, 2 a.m., 3 a.m., whatever time. Because that's when chat's going to be popping. That's when I want you all here. That is the time we like to be here. This is the time where we're going to have a party. And then the rest of the time, if you guys drop by, that's cool. And if you don't drop by, that's cool too.
Papa Paz says I recommend against 8-hour streams until you hit affiliate. And I would add to that, I recommend against 8-hour streams ever. Because I'm old. But
I didn't scroll down in chat. I was missing all of that.
I want to respond. Go ahead.
Oh, you. I've been running my mouth this whole time. I feel weird. I'm gonna take a bite of this cookie while you talk.
All right. I want to respond to Grumpy Gamer. She said, I have autism, which makes me nervous about the consistency piece because my struggle days don't line up with any schedule. And so, first of all, Grumpy, I'm going to say to you that even people without autism struggle with that. Even people that have absolutely no mental health issues whatsoever struggle with that. So, and I'm not trying to minimize what you're saying, because I understand what you're saying, because I also have a mental health diagnosis that puts a struggle into my consistency, and my community knows that. Um, and so I do a little bit of the opposite of what Shattered Rift. Instead of having a 2 hour stream schedule and maybe I'll go four, I have a 4 hour stream schedule. But I rarely go 4 hours. And, sometimes my average stream is probably about 2.5 hours. But I also have streams that go 15 or 20 minutes, um, because it's not my day. But it's because I've been upfront with my community about that. It's not hard for me to hit the go live button and just say to the first person that comes in, I'm having a shitty day. And then if 10 minutes later I'm still having a shitty day, I can end the stream and there's a video of anybody that comes and is looking for me and they see, oh, he had a shitty day so he didn't stream. And they're not going to hold it against you. So it's I don't want to call it an irrational fear because I don't want to minimize what you're feeling, but it is. You hear me now, believe me later. You will find more strength from your community than you do from not streaming. And I think that most streamers that deal with mental health issues that stream in that context would agree with me. Exactly. They're
Yeah.
and the workarounds are individual to each streamer. Your your workaround may be different than mine, and that's part of the process of going affiliate. I wish I would have discovered that workaround prior to me going affiliate, because I was affiliate for 3.5 months before I had a regular schedule, because I didn't feel it was important. I didn't think it would line up with my mental health condition. But I've found a way that and I still miss streams. So it's not a perfect system. And there's nothing wrong with having a mental health sick day, whether you're streaming or whether you're working at Walmart. There, that's my soapbox for that.
I think it's clear that I'm a very opinionated person, and I very much believe that I very much believe in the things that I say.
No.
Grumpy, the goal, like you said, there are workarounds, and that's nice to hear. Everything I say on here is a piece of advice for you to take and apply or not apply as you choose. If you need to have a flexible schedule, then you just need to adapt what you're doing around a flexible schedule. If you want to have an active, busy chat while you're streaming, having a consistent schedule helps with that. That's the reason why we suggest consistency in the first place, is because it helps to have people know when they can expect you to be there. They add it into their routine. They're watching you play board games in the same way they might watch a TV show or something each week. On the other hand, if you're not able to promise a consistent schedule, maybe you need to line up the board game nights or days, or whatever. I assume nights is kind of the more typical time that would be likely for you. You line those up beforehand with a few friends, perhaps even with people in your community, and you figure out what time works for them, and then you're hosting it with them, and you're not worrying about what's going on with chat as much. It's really just all about finding your particular way. I very much believe in the under promise, over deliver. I've been streaming, I think, 80 hours a month the last 3 months, which is way more than I should be. And Peace Dog, on the other hand, says, he's gonna shoot for a longer stream, but he'll see what happens based on the day. Whereas I shoot for a short stream and then I see what happens based on the day. It all depends
It's totally individualized.
It's figure out what works for you and go at the pace that you are good at.
right. And don't forget self-care, because I promise this will happen to you. Once your community starts growing and you start feeding off the energy of your community, you're going to stream a lot. And we're not going to mention any names, but we both know who we're talking about, Rift. Um, we might be raiding her later. And she's been on since like 8. But it's all good. I mean, that's where she's at. That's the point of her journey. And but don't forget self-care. Don't forget that, you know, and this is something that I struggle with and I get harped on more than you know, I should focus. As much as I preach self-care, I probably should practice it more than I do. So that would be when somebody tells me they're worried about being consistent with their stream schedule. That's another piece of advice that I would give is don't forget the self-care.
And don't be afraid to pull the plug on a stream if you have to one day.
Or 2 days.
You know, you are in control of your stream. You control when you hit that go live button, which can be the most terrifying thing in the world on some days. You also control when you preferably raid out, but if you have to just like kill a stream immediately, you also control that. You know, you're the one in charge of your stream. You're the one in charge of what you're doing. You are the one who I've talked a lot today. You're providing a value to other people. You're sharing something with other people, but you also want to share it in the best way that you can. And yeah, Night Owl. Going back to what like your 8-hour stream that's supposed to be a 9 or 12-hour, but you got tired. It goes back to in part what Papa Paws was saying earlier, is that he recommends against 8-hour streams until you hit affiliate. There's no advantage to doing a long stream.
Especially when you don't have 3 viewers. Because all that's doing is hurting your analytics.
Yeah, when you aren't an affiliate yet, you're killing your average viewer count because almost nobody's going to stick with you for that amount of time.
Right.
And that's more hours in the month because it's an average. I know you're an affiliate now. I'm still saying. The other problem is that as an affiliate, like streaming, getting burnt out while streaming is a huge thing. It is exhausting sitting in this chair talking for we've been on here 4 hours now. Somehow we're doing it.
Well, I'm not worried about necessarily the streaming. It's the work after the stream that is, I mean, for me, I don't know how efficient you're able to be, but for me, every hour that I stream is like 2 more hours of work, you know. But I
find the streaming portion the most exhausting part for me, but that's because I'm try to be very highly engaged with my community. I try to be very highly engaged with chat. And I find that part of it very exhausting because for my stream personally, it is very much a show. It's very much a production. It's very much entertainment. And for me to be able to entertain, I need to be in a very good headspace.
See, now I have the opposite. I have streams where I am, you know, I had a stream a week and a half ago, where a person came in that had been on the phone with a suicide hotline within the last 3 hours. And so it was a suicide intervention, essentially. And that is extremely exhausting. But my normal stream, when I'm just like thumbs up, thumbs down, and trying to make a smile here and there, those are very exhilarating. So when I'm finished with those, I'm like, you know, yeah, let's go walk the dog, or, you know, so it and that just goes to show what we have been saying, is that it's a very individualized. Every stream, there is no one formula for streaming.
Twitch is a platform. We each share what we're sharing, and the one thing we have in common is that we're sitting here in front of sitting in front of some sort of a camera. Most of us in a room. Some people out and about doing it more of a live vlog. I forget if there's a term for it. And then we have a chat interacting with us. And that's what it. I mean, it's not a one size fits all package like you're saying. It's not a. There's definitely commonalities to it. We've been trying to talk about the commonalities because we want to help benefit as many people as possible for this. But it is very much a take what works for you, apply what works for you.
So
Congratulations on the progress tonight, Owl.
That is awesome. I see a suggestion made by Cypress, and I want to get your thoughts on that, because I do think this has been a successful stream. What do you think about a part 2 to this?
Ask me tomorrow when I've had time to process this. Part of the question there is where do we go with a part 2?
Well, I think that would actually take rewatching the VOD and kind of seeing what we missed or didn't, if it's even possible that we didn't expand on something as much as we wanted to, which is something that I do, and I know you do also. You rewatch your VODs.
Oh no, I don't. I hate
Really?
rewatching my VODs.
Really?
I think I'm one of the few people who does it. That's the one thing that like I'm supposed to do that I don't do personally. I
Did you never, or did you in the beginning?
I don't think so. I'll check to make sure all the sound volume and stuff is all good. Back when I was starting out, I specifically cut off the highlight videos for YouTube for all the indie games I play, but I don't rewatch those. I don't want to see it again.
I'll be
I
damned.
make Sky rewatch my Sky. Do not make you rewatch my VODs.
Huh? I'll be damned. I would not have known that.
It's good advice to watch your VODs to be able to see what you do well and what you do poorly from your own perspective. I don't do it. Papa Paws does it.
Yeah, I know. I don't know how he does either, but that doesn't surprise me in the least.
But personally, that's the one rule that I break, is I don't really rewatch my VODs. On rare occasion, I'll look for something specific, a specific moment that I want to go and catch. It's a good habit to be in. I mean, yeah, Craw's saying the same thing I am. Just like spot check VODs, make sure everything looks good, see how you're coming across. Sky being a slight creeper in chat, that's fine.
Aloha says aloha to Papa Paws. Holy Toledo.
And Miko's definitely gonna be somebody who's like me, where like I doubt Miko will watch her VODs afterwards either, just because of other reasons. For me, it's just a time thing. It's just that, like, especially with today, we've gone on for 4 hours. I know a lot of this has been a lot more rambly than I would have preferred. That's me being just super self-critical right now.
Well, if you watch any of the other Peer Talk shows that we've done,
it's been the same.
It's totally just been conversations, and so it's not unusual. You know, this is what it always is. Like I told you before we started, I am not John B. That's what I should have put my name as. Instead of I am John B, I am not John B.
It's not me, John B.
Right. Yeah.
I need to shoot John a message after this and just be like, man, you got the interview skills down.
Yeah, he's I don't catch him near enough. I think he is one of those that are in my sleep schedule.
Unfortunately, I'm still streaming when he starts a lot of his stuff, and it makes me so sad.
Yeah.
Does anyone else have any questions while I'm tossing around the idea of a possible part 2 in the back of my head? Does anyone have a specific thing they want help with? That is what I want. I want specifics. I don't want general questions. I want something specific that helps you. Night Owl saying, I don't understand my statistics, though, like, for a solid 4 months, you didn't stream that. You still got 3 follows, give or take a few. You don't understand Twitch algorithm for your stream. First thing, and I was saying this earlier tonight, followers don't matter. Once you hit 50, just ignore your follower count.
Yeah,
It doesn't matter.
it really, and yes, we have kind of harped on this a lot. Um, it's viewers. You want viewers, and you want, depending on what kind of channel that you're trying to accomplish, you want an active chat. Why don't you use a
Not even
lavalier microphone?
what's
Craw
a
wants to
lavalier
know.
microphone.
Oh,
I don't know what that actually is. I use this mic. So pro tip: you can use a crappy Guitar Hero mic, which somehow sounds halfway decent, if you have the good filters on your mic set up in OBS or Streamlabs. There's a few default settings that may go a long way. Sky, I'm not going to give a single pro tip because I said specific questions, please. I'm giving Sky crap because I know him. Do we mention donations yet? One important thing on donations that didn't get brought up is that you want to have a donation/tip link as a clear banner below your stream somewhere. Because especially around Christmas time, like we saw this around Christmas time a whole lot. As people are going around looking to be generous, looking to drop some donations, looking to drop some tips, if you have a clear donation link, there's no question about it. They know they can give money straight to you. They know that they don't have to like lose some of that money if they're doing it as gift subs or a cheer instead. Lavalier is a lapel microphone. It's a super small one you wear on a tie or lapel. Those are super expensive, aren't they? To at least get the audio quality on them that you would need for streaming. I would assume. I'm actually not very familiar with them, Craw. That's something I need to look into. One of the reasons is also the fact that most of us as streamers, certainly myself, we're in one seat, one spot. We put the microphone here and it's good. And it's picking up sound well, whereas the clip-on microphones for a lapel is more meant for some sort of movement and stuff. It's meant to allow a bit more freedom. It's meant more for it's a $60 thing.
do you use one in your stream, Craw? Is that what you use? I hate the delay.
The delay is what it is. Point is, that kind of mic is specifically meant for movement. It's specifically meant for freedom of movement. If I ended up doing, for example, the point where I would want to get one would be if I was doing a more dedicated ballroom dance stream. I would want wireless headphones, obviously, because that would just be a huge convenience, and then also a lapel mic so that I'm able to be in the space around my room and moving and not have to worry about coming back up to the mic. Like when I walked back earlier and showed off the Transmetal 2 Megatron from Beast Wars from my shelf. And also I think a package from Nebby may have arrived today with another collectible from my shelf. I'm not totally sure. That would be the point where I would care about that. Whereas a dedicated big mic is going to have better quality offhand. Again, I'm not especially well educated on all of that, but that is should be the rule of thumb that's applicable to that. On the other hand, though, it's also annoying. This is taking up a huge amount of my space. We have my little Beermint lights here sitting on the pop filter. You can see that they still want to, they're still working for a little while longer. I killed down my lighting a bit if I'm going to play with those. And
thanks for swinging by. Thanks for swinging by, Pappy. Have a good night.
You have a good night, Pappy. Is there another question in there I missed somewhere? Just Sky asking for a single pro tip, which I feel like I had something in my mind a few minutes ago and lost it. It's hard to give a single pro tip just because cases are individual. What people need to work on individually is what they need to work on individually. Anything that improves consistency is huge. Anything that improves the value, the quality of your stream is huge. So a better mic, a better webcam, better lighting, those kind of things make a big difference as you're upgrading over time. Better emotes make a huge difference because that's going to be one of the main sources of income if you're relying solely on subs and on Twitch for that sort of thing.
Depending on how much you're still trying to find your brand, don't be scared to try new things. If you're a good cook and you have a capture card and a camera, um, that's a good question, Craw.
I want to continue addressing what you were just saying. Oh, we have a sub.
Pappy, thank you so much for the sub, man. I really appreciate it. Your sub helps me support this stream and other mental health streamers that I appreciate. So thanks, brother. I appreciate it, man. I really do.
We're going to need to check how close you are to that second emote after today's stream.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, there was what was just getting said before Pappy was awesome and derailed us with that sub.
Yeah. I don't know.
There was something you were starting to say. And I've lost it now.
Was I going into... What was I saying, anybody? Thanks, Pappy. Seriously. That's awesome, dude.
Remember the last thing I was talking about was anything you can improve your stream for, like emotes, quality of stream.
Oh, yes. Don't be scared.
Oh, experimentation.
Yeah,
okay.
exactly.
Okay. There we go. There's nothing too stupid to try on stream once as long as it doesn't hurt anyone. I'm gonna add that clarifying asterisk there. I've mentioned it a couple of times. I've been doing a political parody stream recently. It's gone pretty terribly. It's gone better than expected, but worse than it could have. And with everything going to shit this past week, it might get dropped entirely. But it's go ahead and experiment. Go ahead and share the things that you're passionate about. I mentioned before that Skyfire Sage did a cooking stream as a one-off thing because that's something he is passionate about. Kind of flopped as a stream, but was still something we want to see him do again despite that. I did a fashion webinar stream that also flopped pretty hard, but I'm still proud of what I put out there. And it was some good stuff. It was a different side of me from the usual gaming I have. Go ahead and feel free to experiment. Go ahead and try something new. And then Kraw's question about how should a Twitch streamer use Twitter? I wish I knew. Somehow I know how to use Instagram better than Twitter right now. I'm going to give an answer that I'm not confident in. What I've been doing for Twitter recently. Actually, let's talk about a few things about Twitter. One, Twitter is another method if you just care about your follower count to very easily accrue followers. If you're just looking to push affiliate really quickly and you only need the follower count, there are certain hashtags and such you can use on Twitter that will very quickly get you followers who will never check you out. I advise against that, but it's a thing that exists. The other thing I've noticed is that most of my Twitter feed was just me announcing I went live. And the engagement was super, super low. And what I've tried doing recently and had much more success with is every time I go live, I instead tweet out a question. I don't even say that I'm live. I just tweet out a question. So in the past week, we've started the new year. I've asked people, like, what is your dream for the new year? Like, if you could have whatever you want this new year, what would it be? I hope somehow we're in, like, a post-COVID world where I am up in Seattle or down in LA or in Vegas or somewhere else for a dance weekend learning from some of the best dancers in the world. That's my dream. And if Cypress comes along with me, even better. And it's completely unrelated to, streaming, completely unrelated to everything. It was also my question of the day in stream as well. And it got some people saying some stuff. I asked people what their stream goals were. I listed, like, one of my stream goals was about my viewer count. I wanted to increase my viewer count a little bit, even though I've been reminded constantly the past month how unimportant part of that goal is. And Neberos offering some very good advice of, if you can find a community that you click with on Twitter, interact with them, respond to people. The great thing about Twitter is that you can at anyone. I shot a tweet at Grand Pooh Bear, like, right when I started streaming, because he was the first streamer who I ever really, like, watched. I didn't watch him on stream. I watched him on his YouTube stuff, and I don't know if he has somebody running his account or just, like, automatic responses and stuff, but, like, I got, like, a thank you for it or something, which was still cool. You can talk to other streamers. You can reply to their stuff. Go start following the streamers on Twitter who you care about, Craw.
That's exactly
replying to some of their questions.
That's what I was gonna say, Craw. The people that have been here already that I know that use Twitter really well, that I know personally use Twitter really well are streamers like Papa Paws. JL Rue uses Twitter pretty effectively. I know that Viva also is a Twitter user. Um, and I would just encourage you to follow them and just watch how they use it.
And that's really true as well. Is take a look at the tweets other people are making and how they're getting engaged with and stuff. See who's commenting, what kind of comments people are making. Any tweet with a picture or something in it usually does better. So if you're going to ignore the advice and do a go live tweet, go ahead and snap a quick selfie. Be like, hey, going live. And that'll get, better engagement than just say, like, I'm going live with such and such game tonight. And if your name is Papa Paws, you know how to slide into people's DMs, which if people's DMs are open, you have something valuable to say to them. But even just saying, like, hey, if you caught their stream or something, you can whisper them here on Twitch, you can message them on Discord, you can DM them on Twitter and be like, hey, I really enjoyed your stream. I got this out of it. Thank you. And that already sets you apart from so many other people because most people aren't reaching out, especially for smaller, relatively speaking, streamers, smaller individuals. They're not getting a whole lot of that personal one-on-one reaching out to. I was hosting karaoke nights through Twitch Sings back a few months ago, and I was sliding in people's DMs and being like, hey, I know you're a streamer. I'm getting together all of this. This is what I'm doing. If you're interested, please let me know. Didn't have a whole lot of luck with Twitter on that front. I had a lot more luck with whispers here on Twitch with that, but you think LinkedIn is the best way to promote a Twitch stream on social media? See, I haven't used LinkedIn. I'm not plugged into that professional circle. I'd actually be really curious.
I just did a LinkedIn account today, totally unrelated to streaming, because I was looking for a local mental health professional who is no longer employed where I thought she was. And I found her on LinkedIn. So, and to send her a message, I needed to, um, I'm, I have fettuccine Alfredo waiting for me, is what I've just been told. So, should we find someone to raid out?
That's your call. I'm gonna say please, considering we've been going for a while.
Okay. Let's see who we have. I think I know who we're going to raid.
So while Peace Dog is confirming who we are going to raid, since that is his department, I'm just going to say thank you to everybody who has stuck with us, especially those of you who suffered through this for the last 4.5 hours.
Yeah.
Go ahead. I assume I can speak for Peace Dog when I say that both of our DMs are open. You can whisper us here on Twitch. You can message us on whichever social medias we both use. I'm not sure about you. It looks like we're both on Twitter. Okay.
Yeah.
You can do what you want. You can.
I'm still the old fat guy on Twitter though.
You can drop by our streams. I don't really mind self-promotion in my stream because I will either make fun of you and kick you out, or if you're someone who I like, I will promote you to whatever extent I decide to. So if Night Owl, Craw, anybody else who's been around earlier, if you want to come in and you want to ask stream questions in my stream, go right ahead.
I don't mind self-promotion either. I if it's tastefully done. I mean, there's self-promotion and there's just being gaudy about it.
I'll put it this way: if there's somebody lurking and I have no idea who you are, and you come into my stream and you're like, "Hey, check out my stream,"
right? Exactly.
I'm gonna go ahead and call you out and make fun of you.
Right.
And if you're cool with that, by all means, go ahead. But I'm gonna go ahead and say, like, hey, I don't know who you are. Nobody in my community knows who you are. Why should we follow you? And if I'm feeling generous, I'll go ahead and give you a chance to make a sales pitch. In which case, if you make a good enough sales pitch, I'll happily promote you.
Right.
But most people are gonna freeze like a deer in the headlights at that point.
So
I need more of a reason than the fact that you are streaming and that you're live. I don't care. I need to know what you have to offer. See, I'm a well-dressed guy. I can go in, self-promote myself, and say, hey, I wear a dress shirt and tie on stream. That already sets me aside from 99% of other streamers. Peace Dog can say he is a happy, wise guy.
Oh, I don't know about wise.
I'm just playing off your old username with that.
I try to be happy. So, think of this in your head. There's someone who just joined chat. They aren't even followed, and the first message they say is, "Can you please go raid me and follow me, please?" I would just reply no. That's
like I'll either ignore those comments,
right.
Night Owl, or I'll say no, and then maybe make fun of them because that's content.
I want to raid.
Get that lapel mic so you can enjoy the nice outfit crawl. I'm gonna need to think about that. I need to jot that down so I don't forget in 5 minutes when I'm off stream.
I want you guys to copy this raid message that I'm putting in, and then when we get there, put that in chat, and then whatever hearts you have, follow it with hearts. And we're going to raid Viva La Walnut, who is, when I told you the story of the bad Saturday I was having and the person that came in, it was her husband and her 5-year boyfriend or fiance or whatever you want to. It was the two of them that changed that day for me. So let's go over and just show her some appreciation and love from the dog park.
Remember, at least drop that raid message before you go. I have no idea how many VIP badges Walnut has unlocked, but you always want to contribute to the raid. You always want to help out, even if you're going to peace out afterwards. And even if you go in, you drop the raid message, and you say, like, hey, I came from the raid, but I'm not going to stick around. It's still always appreciated by everybody.
Exactly.
I can't speak for Walnut in particular, but I know for Peace Dog and me, that's true.
Thanks, guys, for listening to us. We might have a part 2. If we think there's a desire for it, we'll do it. So let us know if you think we need to do it. See you next time. Thanks, Rift. I appreciate it.
Thank you for having me on, Peace Dog.